everything's operating. It is, apparently. Right. Thank you. As I said, the planning officer is Adam White. I'll ask Adam, can you outline this application, please?
Thank you, Chair. So it gives you a general location of the site. It's in a village called Hanbury. So the application relates to a parcel of land located to the north of the Saltway, to the southwest of the village of Hanbury, which is a Category 3 village. So the site forms part of a wider land parcel which is currently used as a paddock. So immediately opposite the site are existing residential properties, and to the north and the west is agricultural land. The main centre of the village lies to the east of the site. Gives you an aerial view of the site. So the site is outside of the settlement boundary for Hanbury, within the green belt, and it's not subject to any formal or informal landscape designations, and is within flood zone 1. So the proposal is a scheme for 10 affordable dwellings. It's promoted as a rural exception scheme. The application is in outline with all matters reserved for future consideration, except for access, which is proposed to be taken directly off Saltway. So whilst the application is in outline, indicative plans have been provided that show the quantum of development that can be accommodated on the site. So this plan here shows you how they could be laid out, and then gives you sort of a general feel of what the dwellings could look like. So these would be dealt with in detail at the reserve matter stage if outline permission was granted. This shows you the proposed access off Saltway. This is a view of the existing field access. So the proposed access is to the left of that. It's actually a view from the existing field access. And this is a view looking over the site from Hanbury Road. So in terms of the policy position, the site is outside of a recognised settlement boundary, so it's classed as open countryside. However, policy SWDP2 does allow for rural exception sites in locations such as this. So the policy that deals with rural exception schemes is SWDP 16. This supports affordable housing on small sites beyond but reasonably adjacent to the development boundaries of villages subject to certain criteria. So it has to be a proven and as yet unmet local need. There should be no other suitable and available sites within the development boundary, and affordable housing needs to be secured in perpetuity. So in terms of needs, as set out in the committee report, the Housing for You data shows there are 2 households registered with a local connection through residency to the parish of Hanbury. There are a further 29 households registered within a current address in one of the surrounding parishes. The housing team also advised that this may be an underrepresentation as well. There's also a wider unmet need in the district. So based on this, housing officers are satisfied that there is sufficient housing need based on the data to support a rural exception site of this size. It is also evident there are currently no other available and suitable sites within the existing settlement boundary. So regarding the Greenbelt, the framework states that local planning authority should regard the construction of new buildings as inappropriate in the Greenbelt. However, exceptions to this include limited affordable housing for local community needs under policy set out in the development plan, including policies for rural exception sites, such as the policy that Wychavon has. So on that basis, officers consider the site to qualify as a rural exception scheme, and the proposal does not represent inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Now, I have some questions from Councillor Morris. The first question is, given residents' concerns of additional foul water from this development overwhelming the existing system, and that Severn Trent have not raised any concerns, would it be a good idea to make condition 14 more robust? Now, condition 14 is standard condition that's dealing with foul drainage. So it's pointed out that current recommended drainage condition is not as robust as what has been applied recently in Drakes Broughton. So members will be aware of the situation in Drakes Broughton and the capacity of the sewage system, which is acknowledged by Severn Trent. So given that issue, the foul drainage conditions applied to recent permissions in Drakes Broughton require the developer to demonstrate that additional foul sewage discharge can be accommodated within the public sewer system without increasing the risk of flooding or backing up to the existing system or the site or elsewhere. So whilst the concerns of locals are noted, the situation in Hanbury is different, and Severn Trent have not raised any capacity concerns, and as such it is officers' view that the current condition is sufficient, and it would be onerous to require the developer to demonstrate that there is sufficient capacity in the system, especially given Severn Trent's response. Our second question is, could additional conditions be applied now, such as footpath or cycle paths, to overcome highways concerns with accessibility, or is this something that could be addressed at the next stage? So members are probably aware that Highway Authority has objected to this scheme on accessibility grounds. So in terms of footpaths or cycle path provision, this was considered in the Highway Authority response, where they stated that the development is too small to seek a significant contribution for any footway improvements. However, in any event, it is unlikely to address the Highway Authority's more general objection on accessibility, which is more to do with the limited range of services and facilities in Hanbury. So as such, whilst improvements to the footways may have some limited benefits, there would still be a heavy dependence on the vehicle ownership to access employment, education, health, retail and other local amenities. So further to accessibility, as set out in the committee report, it should be borne in mind that policy SWTP 16 explicitly allows for rural exception schemes outside of recognised settlement boundaries at the villages, including ones that sit lower in the settlement hierarchy than Hanbury. So the policy inherently accepts that there are likely to be less sustainable locations. And it's also important to note that Highway Authority do not raise any concerns in respect to highway safety. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Councillor Tony Johns? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hanbury Parish Council genuinely recognise housing needs, and we often discuss them. However, we are unanimous in our strong objection to this rural exemption scheme application on the grounds of very limited housing need in Hanbury, the increased potential risk of localised flooding, the unsustainable transport network, poor road safety, damage to the natural environment, and use of the protected green belt. There is considerable objection, frustration, and sadness to this proposal, not just from those residents directly affected, but across the whole village. Exception schemes usually allow small developments on greenbelt land, but several special conditions are attached to their approval. These have not been met. There are other alternative sites within the Hanbury boundary. The development is required to be small, yet Wychavon's planning team state the area of greenbelt to be used is large for 10 residences. Developers are encouraged to proactively liaise with local communities, yet there's been no direct contact or discussion with the parish council or residents. As one said, we're simply being steamrolled. The site is required to have a low flood risk, yet over the last few years the field has been permanently waterlogged throughout the winter. Residents are already concerned about flooding from the brook. Further surface water damage from the development would only exacerbate this risk. The development is required to be sustainable, yet the Highway Authority object due to accessibility. Realistically, even small households would need 2 cars, as cycling and walking is impracticable and dangerous, and buses are sparse. A one-way taxi to Droitwich costs £20. Very importantly, a genuine need for affordable housing is required, yet only 2 needs are currently noted in Hanbury, with a further small number spread across many other local parishes. A previous development of affordable housing within a few metres of this proposed site has not been successful and recently been declassified. These houses are now freely available on the open market, with no uptake for 2 properties over the last 6 months. The pretext that there is any special need for additional affordable housing in the local community and beyond is therefore incorrect. In conclusion, we do not feel the special conditions of the rural exemption scheme are compliant. We feel they're not compliant, and that any benefits do not outweigh the potential harm. We therefore deem the scheme inappropriate and very unnecessary use of greenbelt land, and respectfully request that this application is rejected.
Many thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Ange Bennett, you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I live opposite the proposed site and I speak on behalf of the 18 households directly and significantly affected by this application. I ask the committee to consider very carefully the detail presented to them in respect of flood risk, affordable housing need, road safety and sustainability, and respectfully request that you reject this application unless you are fully convinced and persuaded by the information on all. Furthermore, I can confirm that my neighbours and I have had no contact or consultation whatsoever with the applicant or developers. Flood risk. The brook behind my house is narrow and already carries a fast-flowing torrent of deep water at times of high rainfall. Photographs depicting images were posted on the 8th of April this year. The brook flows towards Droitwich. Gardens at the end of the row were flooded last autumn, and houses flooded a few years ago during high summer rainfall. The brook carries far more water since the recent nearby development on our side of the B4090. Further water piped into this brook poses a real risk of overwhelming such a narrow watercourse. If you are not familiar with this brook, I urge you to take a look. I think you'll be surprised at how small it is. Affordable housing need. With just 2 identified for Hanbury, the nearby previous development being declassified and 1 or 2 of those houses often standing vacant, I ask you to consider very carefully if this need is made out. Road safety. There is no pedestrian access from the proposed site to any part of the village without crossing the B4090. And despite now enjoying a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, vehicles of all sizes way exceed this at all times. This is borne out by recent speed data from the VAS signs on all roads into the village. The recorded average speed of vehicles was too high for a community speed watch to be introduced safely. Visibility distance towards Droitwich is restricted due to a curve in the road. Again, I would ask, is the Highways Department and are you completely satisfied pedestrian and vehicle access to and from this site is safe? Sustainability. Hanbury has no shop or store, no medical facilities and just 2 buses a week, Tuesday and Thursday, allowing a 1 hour 40-minute visit to Droitwich or a 3 hour 5-minute visit to Redditch. No access to Bromsgrove, where most of the village's children attend school. Hanbury First School is not safely accessible on foot, and even with online shopping now commonplace, any household needs 1, if not 2 cars. Are you convinced this goes hand in hand with building affordable houses? So, on behalf of the residents of Hanbury that you represent, again I respectfully request that you are bold and brave in making your decision and that you reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stephen Holloway, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As detailed by the case officer, this proposal seeks outline planning approval with all matters reserved except for access for the erection of 10 affordable dwellings. As you'll have seen on site, the application area forms part of a wider field that is located adjacent to the development boundary of Hanbury and is presently accessed via a 5-bar gate. The location of the scheme has been chosen to ensure the development is reasonably adjacent to Hanbury Village, whilst also providing appropriate vehicle access and managing landscape impact. In terms of layout, whilst this is indicative at present, we have sought to mimic the linear pattern of the development seen in the area of the village, whilst incorporating green landscape features to the front of the site to help soften the visual presence of the dwellings. The green landscaping is a feature that will flow around the site, helping to integrate the development with the landscape area, whilst providing usable green space, surface water management and ecological benefits. As highlighted by the submitted indicative site layout, the site has sufficient space for an internal drive to serve the dwellings, with space for curtilage parking and appropriate vehicle turning facilities within the site. At this stage, no house types are confirmed. However, as shown on the indicative street scene, a 2-storey house type is suggested, which will mirror the adjacent dwellings in both massing and exterior materials. Whilst the indicative plots are northwest-facing gardens, the spaces are not devoid from sunlight, and each plot has an appropriate level of private amenity and is not overlooked. Overall, we feel this is an appropriate form of development for the locality, and we've worked with officers and consultees to address and overcome concerns regarding surface water drainage and sustainability. As part of the reserve matter stage, we will continue to work with officers closely to further improve development where needed. As a final point, I would highlight to members that the scheme is progressed as a rural exemption site and will make a significant contribution to address the imbalance seen across Wychavon in affordable dwellings and help deliver much needed affordable housing for local residents. At present, the housing for you data confirms 31 households are in need of housing with a connection to Hanbury or the adjacent parishes. If Droitwich Spa is added to this consideration as an adjacent parish, the need increases by a further 519 households. This is a significant need and one that can only be addressed through the support of appropriate development such as this. As such, I hope members will support the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. The ward members are Councillor Nick Dawkes and Councillor Ben Herdman, who unfortunately can't be here today, but I have a statement to read out later on behalf of Councillor Dawkes. So I'll let the committee have any relevant questions which you want to clarify, any points with the speakers. Councillor Morris.
Question for the developer, please. I note that those speakers in opposition have mentioned another development which you may or may not know about, but relevant to your development. If these dwellings remain unoccupied, what is the situation? Can they be sold on the open market, or?
If I may, so no, there will be, obviously as part of the recommendation for this, there'll be a Section 106 legal agreement entered into to ensure that the dwellings remain affordable housing in perpetuity. And yeah, as we understand it, we would get a registered provider in place to bring forward the development. And yeah, there's no intention that they would move over to open market facility as such.
Thank you, Councillor Cutworthy.
Come on, okay. One for the applicant, please. We looked at this morning at the site from the 5 Bar Gate, and obviously these 10 properties would only take a portion of the field that we looked at. What reassurances could this committee have that future applications would not be happening for further development in the remainder of the field behind?
We have, like I say, we have no intention to develop beyond that at present. That the proposal that we put in before you, I would like to highlight is policy compliant with the plan as it reads. We haven't ran it as an issue with your 5-year housing land supply. We've simply ran it as a policy compliant development with the SWDP. Based on that, obviously, rural exemption sites do need to be appropriate to the scale of the village that they serve. This is likely to be, the upper limit of that based on that policy remit. So, I mean, those are the only assurances I can give you at the minute, that this is a policy compliant development, and we're not looking beyond that.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? The speakers? No? Sorry. No. Councillor Turi.
Thank you. Can I just check with the developer? Because highways have not objected, there's no likelihood of any pathways, footpaths being put against that road. And can you just also clarify about the drainage? The sewerage, you say, is okay, that you don't need a sort of pump system there. And perhaps Andrew can also talk about the water going underneath, if the brook can be made more suitable in some way to get the overspill that the parish council were talking about.
So just to confirm, off-site paths, foul, and then surface water as the 3 points that you want me to just cover there. So in terms of off-site paths, Adam, I don't know if you could go back to the image of the access. You'll see that we are putting in tactile paving so that we can, obviously, residents of the site can cross over safely to where there's to the other side of the road, but there is no current plans to facilitate off-site footpaths for this development. In terms of the foul, you are correct. It's just going to be gravity-fed system to the mains foul. Surface water, we worked with the lead local flood authority on this point. So the original scheme had the outfall going into what was found to be a highways drain, and highways wouldn't support that. We surveyed the site further and found an outfall to the brook, the other side of the road. we will be obviously through design, and there's a condition on this as well, looking to achieve a SUDS development that accounts for 1 in a 100 year flood event plus 40%, and obviously we'll also hold back with our attenuation facility as well any water that comes off the site. So actually, instead of a deluge of water that may come off this field if it does saturate, as people say, to that extent, our site would actually capture it and release it at a greenfield runoff rate. So there should actually be betterment from that perspective, as opposed to the current situation whereby the field gets waterlogged, water flows into the highways ditch, that then traverses down, where obviously the flow route then crosses over the saltway, and then you've got the issue that you've got further down the stream pattern. So from our perspective, we do see this as betterment in terms of the surface water risk.
Okay, have you got anything to say about that? Anything to add?
I'm not sure I can better that, to be honest.
That's fine then. That's fine then. You don't have to say anything. Councillor Clatworthy.
Again, for the applicant, please. Could I just ask if the slide could go back to the access point, please? Okay, if you look there, when you look at the access coming out from there, there's 2 indications of tactile crossings. Yeah. Can I take it that will be drop curves for wheelchairs, and if it's not, can it be looked into that it is drop curves for wheelchairs?
Yes, that can certainly be looked into. Obviously, as part of this work, we would need to undertake a Section 278. So we'll be working very closely with the County Highways Authority to ensure that it's appropriate for all people to use it. But I will take that away, and we'll review that as part of the next phase should we get there.
That is taken into account anyway, I think. Any other questions for relevant questions now? No. No, not really. Unless it's. But thank you. But thank you for your comments earlier. Thank you anyway, and thank you, speakers, for speaking. But all 3 of you, and would you like to return to your seats? Thank you. As I said, unfortunately, the board members are not able to be here. I have a statement to read out on behalf of one of them, Councillor Nick Dawkes, which I'll start in a minute. This is objection to planning application for the rural exception site up to 10 affordable dwellings, which we're discussing. Proposes 10 affordable dwellings on land designated as a rural exception site, outline planning consent with all matters reserved. 1. Contrary to the principles of rural exception site, the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, defines rural exception sites as small sites used for affordable housing in perpetuity, where sites would not normally be used for housing. However, 1. There is insufficient local evidence of housing need specific to this parish or immediate locality to justify the scale of 10 units. Indeed, a previous planning application was granted for 9 affordable houses on the ground immediately opposite. This was subsequently amended to market homes. Secondly, the application lacks detailed evidence that the proposed housing would be allocated strictly to people with a strong local connection. And thirdly, the scale of the development, 10 dwellings, is disproportionate to the size of the settlement and surrounding community. Going on to harm to the character of the countryside, SWDP 2, the proposed development would result in a permanent change to the rural character of the area. The site is currently open countryside and not identified for development in the adopted South Worcestershire Development Plan. It outside of the settlement boundary for Hanbury and within Greenbelt. The development would urbanise a rural settings, contrary to policies aimed at preserving the countryside, SWDP 21, and there is no indication of how the scheme will integrate sympathetically with the existing settlement in terms of design, scale and landscaping. Going on to the lack of infrastructure and services, The site is unsustainably located, contrary to SWDP 4, lacking adequate access to essential services such as public transport, where there are 2 buses per week, both on a Thursday. I think you said Tuesday and a Thursday, but anyway, Tuesday, Thursday, or both on a Thursday. There are no shops in the village. There is a first school at the opposite end of the village, 1.5 miles away, that would require a car journey, as walking or cycling would be too dangerous on the busy road that are largely without footpaths that connect them. There is no health care in the village. This would increase reliance on private vehicles, contradicting sustainability objectives set out in both local and national planning policies. The village is category 3 with a population of around 1,000 people living in around 375 homes, of which around 35 are social rented. There is a stated need for 2 affordable houses from within the parish, so we can only assume that a further 8 families will be imported into a totally unsustainable location. And this is madness. Thus, it probably does not meet the requirements of a rural exception site under SWDP 16, but does most definitely not meet the requirements of a rural exception site under SWDP R19, item 5, which states, and I quote, "Sites should be located where they have a reasonable access to local services, e.g. shops, schools, or local bus services." Moving on to drainage. Since the completion of the neighbouring developments, there has been a serious negative effect on drainage, as discussed by Ms Burnett. Contrary to the officer's summary, WCC lead local flood authority conclude that, and I quote, "the drainage details submitted at this outline stage are generally acceptable. However, the only viable method for discharging surface water from the site is to the WCC highway sewer, where permission for new connections are usually refused. Permission in principle from WCC highways for the new connection will need to be evidenced before recommendations for approval can be made. I would like to place a holding objection until a viable discharge method is proposed. The development is contrary to SWDP 28 and 29. It will increase flood risk. And affordable in name only. While the application states the intention to provide affordable housing, we are already aware there are no binding guarantees that all homes will be generally affordable in perpetuity, and the tenure mix will align with actual local needs, e.g. social rent versus shared ownerships. And thirdly, local people will be prioritised in perpetuity. I got it right that time. In conclusion, this is an outline planning application with all matters reserved apart from access. It is contrary to SWDP 2. Planning councillors are constantly reminded that to go against statutory consultancy recommendations will result in all sorts of bother, yet critically the ultimate judge and statutory consultancy of the site access, namely the County Highways Authority, recommended refusal. As access is the only planning matter that we are invited to consider, we must conclude that refusal is the only option. This application does not meet the strict criteria for rural exception sites and would result in unacceptable harm to the countryside. It is premature, speculative, and lacks sufficient justification in terms of proven local need. I respectfully urge the committee to refuse this application. Should the committee be minded to approve the application against the parish's wishes, we would ask that at the very minimum it is made plain to the developers that in the future there will be no valid reasons that they could provide which would persuade this council to change this affordable scheme, all or in part, to a market homes development. In addition, the parish council and local ward members would like to be consulted on the design and layout. Thank you. I shall now open it to debate. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, really interesting development, really, in terms of the size of the scale. So it's an area I'm familiar with well, only being down in Droitwich. It's worth noting, and those who are on the site visit will note that there is a new development, or newish now, it's been there for a few years, on the opposite side of Saltway, which mimics this development in a number of ways. I think some of the queries that have been raised are incredibly important. I think as far as bus and bus travel and being able to commute, it's not a safe walk to Droitwich. I remember doing it a few years ago. If you head up to the Hanbury Woods, just up the Hanbury Road, and it's a long walk, and it's not a safe walking route. And similarly, the bus routes aren't necessarily reliable. And as has been raised, there are some highways concerns, and the speed there was reduced. And I think it is fair to say, I think the residents are right, people don't necessarily stick to the 30 miles an hour. It stands out somewhat. It doesn't necessarily mimic what you'd expect when you come to a 30. And I think there's a lot of areas in the area as a whole that the county council need to be involved with, and the county council need to look at improving. As far as our job is concerned as a planning committee, we're only here today to look at the outline application, and all matters are reserved with the exception of access. I think we'd struggle to refuse an application on access purely based almost on the fact that there is a very similar development on the opposite side of the road which mimics this one. And, you know, there are properties on the opposite side, there are properties nearer to the junction with Hanbury Road. We would struggle at an appeal to back up our claim when development's been allowed previously, and of course we are in a worse spot now with our 5-year housing land supply, so the weight that we could put on access would be lesser than it was then. But I think the most important thing to remember is this application would come back with the reserved matters. It would come back with all technical details. I think there's a lot of things that the developer needs to get sorted before they could get to that stage. It's a very small development in a very rural area. I think, let alone, before you get to anything else, I think you'd struggle to find a housing provider willing to take it on. I think, you know, a housing provider willing to take on just this small number of properties in a rural area, it's tricky. And I think there's a lot of pressure that needs to be put on, and perhaps the local ward members of the parish council, I'm sure the portfolio holder for planning here, if this application were to be approved, would be happy to write to Councillor Bell, who's the new county council for this patch. And I think there's a number of things that can be looked at improving, ensuring that, you know, things like Worcestershire on demand, ensuring that there is a bus that can get to this area, and ensuring that that 30 mile an hour limit is imposed through speed restrictions. There's some time here. We know that this developer's likely to come back, so I think we've got the opportunity to try and make some changes to the area to try and improve and deal with some of these safety concerns. But I personally feel, as far as the planning application alone is concerned, we would struggle to data refuse it based on the fact that the application is only discussing access. So I believe the precedent's already there as far as access is concerned. So purely on that basis, I'm more than happy to propose that we move forward and approve in line with officer recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. And I thank the ward members for bringing this to committee today, and I can completely understand why they want committee to debate this today, for all the reasons that the Parish Council and the objectors have raised. It most certainly warrants a debate from us here today. And that is really, as for the issues that have been raised, are really the issues that are raised with all rural exception applications. And that is because they are rural exceptions. And I welcome the applicant not mentioning the 5-year land supply situation, because exactly as he states, this is a policy in the SWDP, and we're only looking at this from a rural exception point of view. However, when I first arrived on the site visit today, my first question, when I saw the development opposite, was, is this a rural exception site, the development opposite, which it wasn't, I was told. But then, according to Councillor Dawkes's report that he's given us, and according to the Parish Council, I'm then led to believe that that development has, in theory, been flipped to open market. Now, I completely appreciate when the agent answered Councillor Clapworthy's question around open market housing. Absolutely, if we approve this today, a Section 106 will be in place to ensure that it is only affordable housing that is provided there. However, I agree with Councillor Birch. We're finding, particularly in my ward, which is a very rural ward, we're finding it increasingly difficult for registered providers to actually take on the housing that has been allocated via the planning system as affordable housing. So consequently, what happens is there's then an opportunity for these houses to be flipped to be open market. So the other thing that's been raised, and understandably, by Councillor Dawkes and also by the residents and the Parish Council, is that they're questioning the housing need. Now, for rural exceptions, the housing needs to be very clear, and it needs to be in that parish and the surrounding parishes. The evidence that's been provided to us is that there is 2 within the parish and 29 in surrounding parishes. Therefore, I would propose that we must, the duty is on us, that if we're going to approve this with all the concerns that everybody rightfully has, that we ensure that it's those 31 people that are actually, or 10 of those 31 different people or whatever, that are actually going to live in those homes, because otherwise it makes a mockery of using the rural exception policy. So on that basis, I propose approval in line with officer recommendation, with the addition of a condition that is worded as such in conjunction with the Director of Planning and Infrastructure, in liaison with the local ward members, to ensure that the Section 106 states that the need and the affordable housing will be taken up by the people that have the local connection, i.e. 10 of those 31 people. And that will then ensure that if that is not binding on the Section 106, so for a start with, it will then show that it is a true exception and it will truly satisfy that need that's been identified. And if it doesn't meet that condition, then it will then fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kersey. Carl, would you like to say anything about that? We can put that in.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to those points in the Section 106, just for members' clarity, if this was to be permitted with a Section 106 agreement, any deed of variation within the first 5 years can only be entered into if we are agreeable to it. So in terms of concern about flipping it in that sort of 5-year window, we would just have an outright rejection. And whilst we're not debating this within the context of housing land supply, what we can say is even if we had a up-to-date housing land supply, there is an acute affordability housing need across the country, full stop, that is probably greater than any housing land supply issue in itself. So in terms of any intent to flip forward, obviously we have a 5-year window where we just won't enter into a deed of variation, but also given the clear evidence need in district and nationally, I think what I can say is certainly, if I'm here, we will fight tooth and nail to protect any affordable housing we're permitting. Further to that, and in terms of clauses within the Section 106, the current 106, in terms of how it's being currently drafted and framed, obviously makes reference to the parish of Hanbury, and it also at the moment currently specifically references Dodderhill, Stockton, Bradley, Hadsor, Himbleton, Dormston and Kington and Grafton Flyford, and then has a cascade out to the wider district. So if that's not sufficient, we can focus that in so it's more precise, or have a clause before or after to get the exact precision that you're seeking there. That in principle would not be an issue.
Thank you. Are there any more points to make?
Just logistically, I'm happy to withdraw my proposal and instead second Councillor Kersey's.
Okay. Don't know whether you need to do that, but fine. Any other points? No? In that case, we're going to go to the vote then. We have a proposal from Councillor Kersey, or Councillor Birch, but it's Councillor Kersey, seconded by Councillor Birch. Could you sum up for me, please, Rachel?
The motion is to approve in accordance with officer recommendation, subject to more detail and clarity on the allocation of the affordable housing units. Is that correct?
Yes, for that wording of the Section 106 around the affordable housing to be in conjunction with the Director of Planning and Infrastructure in liaison with the local ward members.
Thank you. All those in favour? 15. It's unanimous. The motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you to the speakers for coming this afternoon. If you want to stay, you're welcome. Otherwise, you might like to go now. Thank you. We move on to item 8.
Thank you.
Moving swiftly on to item 8, which is planning application reference 24/02229, the Haven, Cleve Road, Middle Dilton, where we went today, a retrospective change of use of the land from agriculture to create 5 pitches. We have 3 speakers. I'd like to welcome Councillor James Haywood, Chairman of North and Middle Dilton, Mr. Robert Rochelle and Mr. Hughie Fury. Would you like to come forward and sit in the front seats, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. And sorry, yes, Councillor Adams, I didn't see your hand up.
Sorry, I didn't pick up as Jim Hayward was coming in. I had known to him.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I'd like to welcome Gillian McDermott, who's case officer for this application. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take you through the presentation. This is shows where the location of the site is, which is northeast of Evesham. And nearby is Middle Littleton. This is the site location plan, which shows that the site consists of a rectangular parcel of land on the east side of Cleve Road. It's approximately 50 metres from the nearest part of Middle Littleton, and to the south is the other settlement of South Littleton, which is approximately 250 metres away. As you can see, there are detached houses to the north, and to the south is agricultural land. This just shows an aerial photograph of the site. And you can see to the northeast that's where the nearest boundary of Middle Littleton is. And to the northwest is Kane's Foods, the factory sort of building there. This is existing and proposed block plan. The existing block plan is the one at the top of the page. And you can see it there on the entrance to the site. There is a dwelling there which is currently being replaced, and it's already got planning permission for that. To the bottom of the page is the proposed block plan, which shows 5 pitches, with each pitch would contain 1 mobile home, 1 touring caravan, and 1 utility block to the rear of each pitch. As we saw on site this morning, only 3 of the pitches are currently occupied at the moment. This is the drainage layout plan. The site lies within flood zone 1. This plan shows areas of permeable paving. The red dashed line on the site plan is shown as where the foul water sewer connection would go. In terms of the drainage system, this has been designed to accommodate the 100-year storm and event, and with a 40% allowance for future climate change. So the drainage details have been assessed and in consultation with the drainage officer have been found acceptable, subject to further details by condition. This is an example of a mobile home. These are a plan of the outbuilding, which shows that they would be used for storage purposes and for a utility stroke washroom. And I'll just go through some photographs. These are photographs of the existing pitches. This is the top one there, shows the entrance driveway looking eastwards, and the bottom looks at the driveway looking westwards towards the road. And these photographs show the existing access at the top looking northwards, and at the bottom looking southwards. In terms of the update sheet for members will note that there have been additional representations received from Jodie Arnold and Rob Richell. There's also an update in the officer appraisal in terms of green space and biodiversity net gain, and also in terms of external lighting. The case has been made aware that lighting comms have been installed along the access only a couple of days ago that this was found out, which is not considered acceptable, and therefore condition 5, as set out in the update sheet, has been amended, requiring these to be removed and for details of any external lighting to be provided. There's also been questions from Councillor Morris, which I'll just go through these. The first one is that given that BNG is not required with retrospective applications, are we able to reassure residents that the required landscaping goes some way towards mitigating any losses due to the applicant not applying for permission prior to developing the site? So in answer to this, I'd say yes. Condition 4 requires the submission of a landscaping scheme would go some way towards mitigating the losses. The second question is, in the past, I believe sites have been restricted to named family members. I have not noted this as a condition. Is it possible to have this as a condition to address the concern of residents that this site seems too large for one family? Government guidance advises that in exceptional circumstances where development that would not normally be permitted, this type of condition could be justified on planning grounds to be limited to a person or group of people. In this case, however, there are no specific landscape designations or technical objections, and therefore personal circumstances are not relied upon. Further, the application has not been applied for on a personal basis, and therefore it's not recommended that this condition would be imposed. The third query relates to, there appears to be a misunderstanding from residents regarding the sufficiency of gypsy traveller sites. Is this a simple misunderstanding, or is there any merit in this belief? The committee report also already sets out the response from the council's policy team, that there's currently a shortfall of 12 pitches in the district. The fourth question is there a genuine sewerage and drainage issue, and if there is, are the conditions robust enough to ensure that this matter is addressed? Just to clarify, further information was requested during the consideration of the application, and a drainage report was submitted. The council's drainage officer was reconsulted, and it was considered that the original concerns had been addressed, and condition 2 recommended is a standard condition. It's considered sufficiently robust. Thank you, Chairman. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Councillor James, just before we start, Councillor Robinson, did you want to say something?
Only, sorry, Chairman, I just was tagging on with Councillor Adams that Jim's known to me. Thank you.
Councillor Hayward, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The council are concerned by the way in which a crowded, exceedingly intensive mobile home and camper mini housing estate can be permitted in a village setting, backing onto the nature reserve which lies directly to the west. The application has too many pitches in too small an area. We note how a pleasant house and garden setting can be lost by a developer destroying the gardens, replacing them with hard standing, and then seemingly using this as a base point for any assessment of biodiversity gain in their application. The Haven was a small house set back from the road with trees, which enabled boxes of apples to be left by the roadside in the autumn, a pleasant rural scene. We note with great concern the impact on nearby residents, including the homeowner directly alongside the site. We believe that this retrospective application sets a thoroughly bad precedent where a developer has avoided the normal constraints of the planning system so that they can impose the choice of location and basic layout on the council. Our system should be proactive, considered and orderly, with planning considerations done in advance. This application brought in arrears means that the council is responding to the imposition of both location and layout, the basic terms of which are being dictated by the developer as they are already in place. As a result, any conditions that are then imposed by the council having to use this situation as the starting point. Ecology and wildlife are a key issue. When the application should have been made, the site was a domestic/rural setting with all of the positive connotations for wildlife commensurate with that state of affairs. The only landscaping on the application is that associated with the house, which has already been subject to planning permission. No landscaping at all is shown with the pitches, and therefore the Parish Council cannot see why this should be viewed positively. The type of home specified does not look good in the landscape, and this allied to the excessive number creates a displeasing scene. We would contend that if an application of this type was to be agreed, then no more than 2 homes with 2 campers and outbuildings is appropriate, and as a result the application should be turned down in its current form. If the site is to be approved, we would ask the following: that family usage is defined now and strictly adhered to, with plots being left empty if family members move away, that units cannot be sold or transferred to others outside of the immediate family, that the street type lighting is removed so that the landscaping which is needed to the north and south can provide benefits to wildlife. The Parish Council have no desire at all to restrict the rights of anyone, minorities emphatically included, but the true minority here are the neighbours of this inappropriately sited, overly dense scheme. In conclusion, perhaps members might like to reflect on how they might feel if next door to them the small house and pleasant rural gardens are destroyed and replaced by a development of this nature just over the garden fence.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Mr. Robert Rochelle, you've got 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to reiterate items that I've already put down into the planning, whereby I feel that Wychavon Planning have let the local community down by doing nothing to stop this development going ahead. In 2022, I informed them that the site was being developed as a caravan park with all the hardcore and the 24-foot gates on each enclosure. I again also informed them in 2023 when the caravans were delivered onto site over the bank holiday weekend. He's removed the orchard where the bats roosted, and which surrounded the original bungalow, and covered the site with hardcore, and then had a bat survey after he had got rid of them. Again, why nothing being done? Why have Wychavon not been proactive in stopping this development? It seems that it is easier to say to do nothing. Why do Wychavon have planning rules at all when they are easily ignored and people do what they like and apply for retrospective permission? I feel that retrospective planning should be refused and the caravans removal enforced as an example to others not to abuse the planning procedures. Mr. Fury's family, I say, a large family, their business is in building houses and developing gypsy sites. He has 3 other sites being developed at present. There are applications in Stratford-upon-Avon for a 5-pitch, there's another one for 19 pitch caravan sites. There's a development opposite the Bidford-upon-Avon golf course, Brooksfields, where there's a new entrance, fencing for pitches, plus caravans, similar to how he developed the Haven site. Mr. Fury has applied for 5 applications on the Haven site. 4 have all been approved for barns and new building. 1 retrospective, which has been built before the barns or the new house. Mr. Fury knows how to manipulate the planning procedure to get what he wants, if you allow him to do so. Mr. Fury has broken down the entrance gate post and the fencing to the entrance. Instead of apologising, he blames rogue drivers along the road. He has cut down my hedge at the front of my property, even when I had cut it back twice. We have had months when a pack of 7 loose dogs roam in our gardens, which is only resolved when they attacked a jogger along the road. By allowing this development, you are enabling Mr. Fury's attitude to disregard how his actions affect other people and the procedures that he may wish to ignore. Any rules not applying, and which they don't agree with. This development is not in keeping with the residential location.
Thank you.
It is an agricultural land and is out of place with the design and the character of the surrounding area and should be refused.
You'll have to speak quicker next time.
Sorry.
I would just remind the committee that we're not into personal things. We're looking at a planning application here only. Could I ask Mr. Fury to speak? You have 3 minutes, Mr. Fury. Thank you.
Well, I'm not as educated as the last speaker, what's that here, so you'll have to excuse me. And
you have 3 minutes.
Alrighty, no problem. I ain't got a lot to say because I don't know much about planning, so there you go. Just to some of the things what he said, Brookfield, whatever it is, has nothing to do with me in Bidford-upon-Avon. I don't own it. It's nothing to do with me at all. Bidford-upon-Avon is put in a newspaper that I own the lot. I don't. I own 1 pitch in there, which is a small pitch, one small piece of land. This site, as you can see, I'm building a house at the front for me and my wife. At the back is for me kids. We've got this, what we wanted all our life. A dream was to have our own property, somewhere for the horses at the back, kids behind us, and just a settled place to live. If you look through complaints or anything, the only complaints has come from this man here. He's the next door neighbour. Obviously, he must have had bad, I don't know, some bad sort of things with the traveller community before, so he don't want them there, I don't think. All we want to do is live a settled, peaceful life, do our own thing. We don't cause anyone any trouble. I've heard as well, they think, oh, we're going to get it planning permission and sell it with no intention of selling the property. You want to own for life for me and my kids. What else can I say? As regards to being a big family buying property, I don't know where that comes from. What else can I say about planning reasons? I can't really, personally, I'm not planning, but I can't see much what's bad about it. I think every box it near enough ticks. The drainage and foul systems are already in place. I've done all of that. We've connected all the vanses down into the main drainage. I'll put what I call a French drain all the way along where the lighting is, to lead down towards the back. So everything's been done as they asked, like in the plan. In regards to trees, there was one apple tree at the back of the property what I knocked down, and a load of self-seeding silver birches and willows and stuff, which just grew out of nowhere. I had to clear it to get down and make my trackway in. I believe I planted more trees you've probably seen this morning than what was there originally. There's a lot more trees. I put edges between each pitch, and we're going to put more edging round, so when it all grows up you won't even see it from the road, the property. There's not much more I can say. If you want any questions,
Thank
you're
you.
more than welcome.
Well, we might ask you some questions, but thank you for that. Thank you for speaking. Councillor, we have Councillor Judith Ciotti, and Hannah Robson, who know is not going to take part in this debate. So, have you any questions, Councillor Ciotti, to ask any of the speakers? It will clarify any points for you.
I think the questions that I had have been answered. Do you intend on living on this site for the foreseeable future? That was a question for Mr. Fury.
He's answered that one.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes. How have you dealt with foul water? Is it a treatment plant or connection to the mains?
No, at the back where the caravans are, I've gone from the top to the bottom into a main sewer at the very bottom, so everyone leads into that. Then I'll put soakaway systems in the middle of the pitches where pipes run into a French drain. We did have a percolation test done, or whatever, I think it's called a percolation, and the water soakaway was really good on the land. That's how the test come back anyway. So it should be good.
So I have a statement to read.
If you leave it for a moment to the next thing, if you just clarification questions at this stage. Is there anything else you're clarifying there? I'll ask the committee. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rowley.
Yes, a question for the applicant. You say you want to have your family housed and settled, but we're considering this as a traveller site. Have you not got a tradition of travelling, hence you've got the caravans?
We do. We're like a settled place, obviously, for winter months. In the summer months, the only travelling we do is we go away some months to the horse fairs. I keep horses, we go to Appleby, and we travel around a little bit for work through the summer period, but all winter months we just need a settled base because, as you know yourself, the laws come out that you can't stay on the roadside, you get shifted pillar to post. So I just want somewhere to call home, basically. And this was where we decided to be. We're happy, keeping ourselves to ourselves, and that's where I'd like to stay.
Could I ask the officers, does that come within the definition that, for a traveller site?
Yep. From the assessment of the application and the applicants, yes, the definition is met, and also I believe the relevant conditions are proposed in terms of if the recommendation is moved forward. So subsequent to the applicants, if they decided to move on, this would remain as a gypsy and traveller site for any future occupier. So it's not something that can be flipped to, say, C3 residential housing. Anyway, it would be a gypsy and traveller site. And as you're aware from the report, we have a 12-pit shortfall And given this is also not advanced on personal circumstances, there's an additional weighting we can give in terms of the planning balance, in terms of this would would contribute 5 pitches towards that shortfall, which would not be an insignificant contribution. So again, that weighs positively in that planning balance. But yes, we are satisfied that the applicant, in terms of the initial occupiers, meet the definition. There would be a condition requiring any and all future occupiers to meet the definition as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for anybody else? Councillor Dyke.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't go on the site visit this morning, and Wendy and I went last night, did what you did this morning, and we got here quite late. It was dusk, and those lights that we're talking about on the updates were on. And I commented at the time, I said I thought they looked very attractive, and they appeared to give lighting going down as opposed to sometimes lighting going to other areas. So my question really is why are those lights unacceptable in this particular instance?
Gillian.
I just think that having them almost like street lights down the access road is not really, you know, a characteristic of that sort of area. You know, it's quite a rural area. I just think something more low-key would be appropriate.
Okay. Do you want to come in on that one?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's in members' gift. Obviously, members went to site. You've seen them yourself. It's obviously within your gift to amend or vary that condition if you feel that that is something that isn't an issue or doesn't require that condition, or that condition to be amended to retain that. I mean, what I'd also say in terms of the officer and Jill assessing this is obviously this has come in as an unassessed item. So we haven't necessarily been there at night, so we don't know what illumination and lux level these are giving off. So we normally operate on a precautionary approach and then discharge, for example, conditions on, you know, the detailed technical information before us, potentially go into consultation. If you are happy with what you have seen and members are supportive of that, obviously it remains open to you that you could propose to vary or amend or remove that condition as you see fit.
I think that would be very sensible, Gillian, to have a good look at it before. I think they're perfectly good, as for the reasons I've stated.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, are you saying something?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I did look at the lighting down the access in the daylight, and they are very industrial looking. They are not appropriate, I don't think, for the area, because although they might look nice at night, in the daylight they are industrial street lamps of I think is it metal, galvanised metal. Is that correct?
Can I just say that when I ordered them, I asked the guy, it was a street lighting company, I said, what is low-level street lamp for a housing estate so it don't shine off too much bright into neighbours or whatever? And these are the ones what they recommended, because they're a very low street lamp, and they're not like a bright light. He said it's like a warm, I think it is, so it doesn't let out too much light, just enough to give us light on the pictures. It is quite dark in the night time. And they did cost me 4,000, so please try and let me keep them.
Thank you. Thank you for the point. I think that's 2 different points there. Councillor Gooch.
Yeah, following on basically from what Councillor Dyke says, is it possible to change the conditions such that we condition it in terms of light levels and spill, so that if we can just have these lights tested and they meet those conditions, they'd be fine, but if they didn't meet those conditions, they would need to be replaced?
Well, yeah, Carl.
In a nutshell, yes.
In that case, I'm happy to support Councillor Dyke's suggestion.
Councillor Robinson, did you want to say something?
No, Chairman, I was just going to refer to the rural character of the area. You know, that there's nothing rural about those lights.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at all for anybody? Yes, Councillor Turrier.
Thank you. I see that as it's a retrospective, the BNG is not necessary, but you do mention that there's an opportunity to provide biodiversity enhancement with a landscaping scheme required by condition along with bat and bird boxes. Has any of this been done? This is for either of you.
I had a bat survey done. It was the old house was there when they did it. That was the main thing they wanted to look at. They didn't say anything. There was generally only one apple tree and a few old long tall trees, whatever they was, silver birches. But they said the only place they would roost would be in the old wooden bungalow. And when they'd done it, she said there's no evidence of bats there at all. So it was all fine. That's what the lady said who come and done the survey. But if I need to put a bat box up, I can do. It's not a problem.
Can I ask the officer if there's any way we can get some sort of BNG on this?
Well, as I say, it's exempt, as clarified in the report, but there's already a condition asking for biodiversity enhancement measures, so it's covered by that, basically.
Okay, thank you. Any further points? No, well, thank you, speakers. Would you like to go back to your seats? Thank you. Councillor Chiotti, it's your turn to address the committee. When you just wait for these gentlemen to sit down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The site, as you've seen this morning, is between two existing properties within Middle Littleton. It sits outside the development boundary of the village, so is contrary to SWDP2 being an open countryside. However,
I just interrupt. Can you just put your microphone a bit nearer towards you? That's great, thank you.
It sits outside the development boundary of the village, so is contrary to SWDP2 being an open countryside. However, there are dwellings in the near vicinity. This development would be backland development, which is more out of keeping for the area with its linear design. There is already a generous supply of gypsy traveller pitches within the ward in neighbouring Cleve Prior, with two sites totalling around 60 pitches, albeit one is currently not occupied, but it could revert to a traveller site. A major concern expressed by several objectors is the impact and change that will be seen to the surface water runoff. The area to the east of the site is prone to being very wet and flooding due to the Littleton Brook. The changes here with the slope of the site will further increase this, along with the removal of trees and vegetation from the site, which of course has already happened. The nearby farm lane floods regularly, making the road impassable and the sewers overflow here, which is one of the main routes to schools. This cannot be made worse, as it is already a hazard at times of heavy rainfall. It's vital that developments don't add to this problem. I respectfully request that if the application is approved, that the conditions are robust to allay the concerns of both the Parish Council and local residents. In particular, an additional personal condition is attached that restricts the use of the site for use by only members of the Fury family, and if at such time they choose to move, then the permissions for the 5 gypsy and traveller sites is revoked. A landscaping commission, which is condition 4, should ensure the site is screened well from neighbours and offers replacements for the biodiversity that was lost, such as trees, bat boxes and bird boxes. The highways condition 3 is enforced, ensuring the access road is surfaced with a bound material and the hedges either side of the access are cut back to improve and maintain the required visibility displays. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I don't know which hand that went first. Below the committee, are you pointing that way? Sorry, ladies first, Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Birch.
I don't know what's happened here. I think it's the tie he's wearing, Chairman. He's gone all polite on me, so thank you very much. Chairman, thank you, and thank you, Mr Fury, for allowing us to have full access to your site this morning on the site visit, and also thank you for coming to speak to us yourself. All too often we are lectured at by agents for this type of application, so thank you for coming to speak to us. I, for one, absolutely appreciate that. When I saw the site today, I've seen many Gypsy and Traveller applications in my time on planning committee, and it was the best site that I'd ever seen. It was very well screened from the road. The landscaping was done with real care. The spread across the whole site was very good. Each pitch had its own facilities as opposed to then clustering round a day room. One of the speakers mentioned about it being inappropriate next to pleasant rural gardens. Well, I would imagine that once all the planting and whatever has grown up and everybody's had their gardens as they want them, this equally will be a pleasant rural garden. As far as the policies are concerned, everything fits into the policy. I'm not going to be seeking for any additional conditions to be based upon personal circumstances, because we're not here in this application based on personal circumstances, although I would thank Mr Fury for sharing his personal circumstances with us. I've recently attended a appeal for a Gypsy and Traveller site, and it couldn't be in more contrast really to this application that's before us today, of the location and everything about it. So in that respect, I am happy to propose approval in line with the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kersey. Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, I think the objector raised a fair point as far as retrospective plan applications are concerned. They're never ideal. I think, in an ideal world, you'd have people, they'd reach out to the planning department and we'd have that sort of initial consultation, and then you'd have an application in. But as Mr Fury alluded to, he's not a planning expert. He's done this. It seems like he's done a very good job of developing the site, and from that side of things, you can't knock him. And a retrospective isn't ideal, but we are where we are. It came about, and it would have done through enforcement action. And if the site was turned down, enforcement action would be taken. But I think looking at the site, I can't see a reason why we would refuse it. It seems that it's been designed and laid out, and the landscape has all been implemented very, very well. So I'm more than happy to support it. I won't second it purely based on the fact that I think Councillor Googe, the question that he asked about the lighting was good, and the point that he made about that. So I'm hoping he might jump in and second and make that point again, so that condition can be amended, so that we can look at ways whether we can just make sure that the lighting scheme works in the best interest of both the applicant and all the neighbouring residents. I'm hoping he might jump in after me, but more than happy to support, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Believe it or not, he is going to do exactly that. Councillor Googe.
I was planning on saying something broadly along those lines. Yes, I mean, having seen the site this morning, I'm perfectly happy with it. It's well screened from the road. It's been very well put together. I can't see any objection to it. The Littletons area is a very mixed environment. You've got rural, you've got agricultural, you've got residential, industrial, all intermingled, and Gypsy and Traveller sites are just another part of that mix. So I think it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's rural gardens either side, when on at least one of the sides it's greenhouses. So I don't think this is going to cause any issues with the locality. So I'm fully in support of it, but I would just ask, can we change that condition on the lighting to be based on a technical assessment rather than just based on what the poles themselves look like? And I don't know what the technical assessment would be, but I'm hoping the officers know what that would be.
If you were happy to move a recommendation with an amendment to condition 5 subject to yourself and the Vice Chair's agreement, I think I can go away and make sure that meets the appropriate tests and covers off adequately and proportionately what you're trying to achieve. Right now on the spot, I'm worried about not getting that quite on point, but if it's something that I can go away, formulate and get your agreement and the Vice Chair's, and then we could proceed from there if you're agreeable.
Yeah, I'm happy to move with that recommendation and to amend condition 5 as recommended, as suggested.
Councillor Tourier. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rowley. Sorry, I'm mixing up.
Yes. The question I raise, and Councillor Kyoshi also raised, I mean, this isn't really a Gypsy and Traveller site, is it? I mean, it's someone wanting to have a number of additional cabins for his family. So does it have to go forward with that condition, that it will, in future, it will be a Gypsy and Traveller site, when it isn't really?
Our position is that it is a gypsy and traveller site, and the condition ensures the occupancy of all 5 pitches would be by someone meeting that definition. It's not advanced on personal need or personal circumstances. It's a gypsy and traveller site. We're satisfied. Well, we have the pitch provision issue for a start, but also the applicant himself and the known occupiers meet that definition. So I would be cautious either straying from accepting that or invoking personal circumstance conditions, given there is no evident justification for that.
Thank you. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. Just picking up on Councillor Robinson's point about the streetlights looking quite industrial, and as Mr Fury pointed out, he has bought them as streetlights. I wondered, because there's very good landscaping across the site, whether potentially against the streetlights there could be some sort of landscaping. I heard Councillor Dyke say about ivy, so preferably something a bit better than ivy, but something that's put in front of them so that they don't look as industrial, so then all you have is then that soft light, and it also then means that Mr Fury hasn't wasted £4,000.
Well, the concern obviously is about the lux levels in terms of illumination and light spill. So that's captured by the amended condition that's been requested. In terms of what you've just proposed, that would be captured by the existing landscape condition, and obviously Mr Fury is hearing what you say. So on the submission of a landscaping scheme to discharge that condition, we'll anticipate that there will be provision in place to address what's just been raised.
I think clematis is better than ivy, but never mind. Any other points, please? No other points? Then I'd like to put it to a vote. Thank you. We have a proposer, Councillor Kersey, seconded by Councillor Gooch. Could you just outline it for me, please, Rachel? Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just sum up. So the proposal is to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions set out in the report, with the exception of condition 5, which is to be revised with the agreement of Vice Chair Councillor Gooch. Councillor Dyke, I'm sorry, and Councillor Gooch, with other planning permissions, conditions may also be amended as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. Yep, okay. Members, if you could, all those in favour, please raise your cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's 13 in favour. All those against? None against. Abstentions? 1 abstention. Motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, speakers, for coming, and thank you, Mr Fury, and thank you, everybody. We're going to have a break for 10 minutes. Thank you for the next item. Thank you. 1 minute. Could we reassemble everybody? Thank you. Thank you very much for returning. Moving quickly on to item 9, which is planning application 24/02125, land at Besford Bridge, Besford. We went to a site visit this morning. We have 3 speakers, Councillor Boatwright Green for Pershore Town Council, Mr. Clive Stanley and Ms. Rachel Bibby. Would you like to come to the front? Thank you. Thank you very much. And the case officer is Adam White. So over to Adam if you go through this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application relates to a 4.86 hectare parcel of agricultural land located to the south of the B4084. To the north of Rebecca Road on the western fringe of Pershore. That shows the application site edged in red there. So the site is generally surrounded by existing hedgerows with some trees. The site is not subject to any formal or informal landscape designation. The site is not adjacent to a conservation area, although there is a farmhouse and associated barn which are Grade 2 listed in the adjacent site, and that's the Allensborough Farm development. And you can see that to the right-hand side of the red line. Gives you an aerial shot of the site. So the proposed development is for the erection of 105 dwellings, including 40% affordable housing. The application is in outline with all matters reserved for future consideration except for access, which is proposed to be taken directly off Rebecca Road. So this is, whilst it's in outline form, this is an indicative plan which shows how the site could be developed. It shows the access point off Rebecca Road and the development generally to the sort of centre and to the right of the site with a big area of open space and additional planting to the western and northern boundaries. Again, that shows the access, some additional footways going into the north of Rebecca Road connecting into the existing network, and also improvements as well to the adjacent road. They're also proposing a 40-mile-an-hour speed restriction as well, so that's a reduction from the existing speed limit. It's just a slight correction to the report. In the end, there's the obligations. What it should mention as well is there an obligation towards the Malvern Hills SSSI mitigation. And I think that's £240 per unit, so it just needs to be included in there for members' information. This is a view from looking towards the site. The site is on the right-hand side. That's Rebecca Road there. This is from the southwest corner of the site, looking across it. Again, southwest corner of the site, looking westwards. And that's the existing belt of trees along the Rebecca Road. Now this is a view from within the Allensborough Farm development. And this again, looking west across the site. And again, from Allensborough Farm development. That's the Grade 2 listed barn, which is adjacent to the site. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boatwright Green, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an unsustainable location. Factually, not my interpretation. The development on this side of Rebecca Road has had numerous problems, to the point where conditions have been given up on by this council because the building company has gone bust. I should add that this company has been one of several on this site while it's been under construction. Houses remain for sale on the site, including those considered affordable. We now have an estate with no pavement, a number of residents already on the site, and no plans to make pedestrian access safer on Rebecca Road. As a result, we know this side of the road is not somewhere we want to be developing. The Town Council have been clear. This is outside the town boundary, contrary to SWDP2, building into the rural landscape, and we fully support Wychavon's landscape officer, who states that the proposed development would not be appropriate to, nor integrate with the character of the landscape, setting as required by policy SWDP 25, and advise that my comments above are duly taken into account in determining the application. Several of the documents submitted by the applicant, including the LVIA and ZTC, are questioned by the officer, with several points made about omissions and lack of clarity. I've read them, and we agree and question the reasons as to why this has been ignored by officers who recommend approval. This development is rolling into the countryside and heading towards Drake's Broughton. A neighbourhood plan is not the sole reason to justify the refusal of a planning application. The damage caused to the landscape and the complete change to our hill line changes the way our town will develop. Long before my time, it was decided by councillors of all tiers that the ridge would create a natural boundary to the town. This application would break that decision while at the same time creating a scheme that does not meet the needs of the people of Pershore. As an aside, I'd like to raise the concerns made by the Archaeology and Planning Officer, Aidan Smith, about the archaeology. I say this with my doctorate in archaeology. He notes that the satellite images show no anomalies, whilst LiDAR data may show some features that could relate to the ridge and furrow. He points out that the desk-based assessment is something he agrees with, but the geophysical survey he does not, and that basically we're looking at some Anglo-Saxon occupation areas, and that they're going to have to look at the archaeological potential of the area. From the outset, we're going to look at a conditional programme of archaeological works. But the use of the word may is key here, and I would highlight that Aidan has raised serious concerns about the significance of archaeological potential. I personally have looked at everything from this, and I have got serious concerns about the overall cost of this. And bearing in mind we already are in an unsustainable location where we know there are problems building this area, I genuinely believe that costs will start to spiral. And we have seen this ourselves with our own archaeological excavation in Broadway. I implore the committee to reject this application. I strongly believe we have a case to defend the decision, so let's show some strength and defend the decisions that have been made by councillors from across the political spectrum in the past. Let's keep our open countryside clear and keep a clear and defined natural boundary between Pershore and Drake's Broughton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just in time. Mr. Clive Stanley, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by saying that I have no education whatsoever in planning or property development, but I live in the courtyard that's shown on the screen there, immediately adjacent to this land. So there are two aspects really to what I've been asked to represent by my neighbours and friends. One, from a personal level, the development that we live on, which is a Bomford Place and specifically Aylesbury Court, is a little development of very, very ordinary terraced houses with no gas and no garages, with one redeeming feature: the view across 12 miles of open countryside that I was glad to see some of your colleagues photographing this morning. It's the sole reason we moved there, and it sets it apart from everything else. We were told at the time that this was a concession to the development plan, therefore we would retain that view for years and years to come. Whether that was true or not, I don't know. But we are a very, very close community, enjoying the sunsets, the wildlife and everything else, and you can imagine our horror at that being taken away and looking through the windows of the bedrooms of detached houses sitting right adjacent to ours. That's the personal view. So practical concerns, really I've narrowed down all the concerns of my neighbours to two sort of tranches, if you like. One is the supply of services, which is, shall we say, slightly dodgy. We can lose water and electricity and both. Despite the fact there's a reservoir immediately at the back of my property, water has to be pumped to that estate. And sometimes if the electricity goes out, we lose the water as well because there's the pump's taken out by the loss of power. If the water table drops, again, I highlight the irony of having a reservoir at the back of our house. We get no water for an indefinite period of time, which involves tankers from Severn Trent sitting in our private land, filling it up. Now, believe it or not, that was never designed to take 80 tonnes worth of tanker that were there the other day. It's designed to take people's cars. everybody has 2 spaces. Severn Trent made good on the damage they did, but I would like reassurance that if this land is going to be developed, how about we give Severn Trent proper access to their own facilities without knackering our land, is point number 1. Point number 2 is the most serious one, and this has been alluded to. It's the safety of Rebecca Road. Now, I've seen reports and people have said that, you know, it can be made safe and so on. Let me tell you from a resident's point of view, and a cyclist and a motorist, this is a particularly dubious stretch of road because it goes steeply uphill from the B4084, and it's narrow on a bend, and we have the aforementioned Severn Trent vehicles going in and out. We have huge agricultural vehicles. We have delivery vans, trucks, and obviously cars, of which this proposal will stick another 100 or 200 cars in the immediate vicinity. So the combination of puffing and panting cyclists crawling up a hill with agricultural vehicles, tankers and everything else on a narrow road where wider vehicles already have to take to the verges and 0 footpaths, I want to be assured that we're safe. And sorry, just to say, I'd like to know who is responsible for the duty of care over us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. Miss Rachel Bibby, good afternoon. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rachel Bibby. I'm a Head of Planning at Lion Court Homes. We are a Worcestershire-based house builder and our head office is in Worcester. We pride ourselves in the quality of our homes and have achieved the 5-star HBF Customer Satisfaction Award for 11 consecutive years. The application in front of you today proposes 105 homes, including open space, landscaping and access onto Rebecca Road. Prior to the application submission, Lion Court Homes contacted the ward members and the Town Council requesting a meeting to discuss our proposals. Unfortunately, our request was refused by all parties. Instead, we have liaised with officers and consultees during the determination of the planning application. These discussions have resulted in amendments to the scheme, seeing a reduction in the number of homes from 115 to 105. The revised scheme proposes a robust landscape buffer to the western edge of the site, and the alignment of the built form aligns with the adjacent development at Chills Court Close. 45% of the site would be open space, and a 1 kilometre circular walk would be around the perimeter of the site, which is supported by Worcestershire Wildlife Trust. The scheme would deliver 57% biodiversity net gain for habitats and 11% for linear habitats, exceeding the 10% statutory requirement. The site is located within a sustainable location within walking distance of the town. We are aware of recent planning consents locally which have questioned the highway capacity of the local road network. We have worked closely with the Highway Authority and proposed mitigation measures to overcome any concerns. In addition to this, previously approved mitigation measures from other consents, such as signal revalidation, which the Highway Authority will undertake and which is fully funded, account for this site to come forward. New pedestrian links are proposed on Rebecca Road, which will link the site to the Holloway and the Worcester Road. Lion Court will also undertake the Section 278 works, which have not been completed at the development of Aylesbury Farm, following the developer entering into administration. Our new homes will comply with the future home standards. It will be a gas-free site, with each home having air source heat pumps, solar panels, and water heat recovery systems, generate a 59% reduction in energy requirements. Whilst we appreciate that the site is located outside of the settlement boundary, it is located within a sustainable location, and the scale of the development and landscape proposals have been designed to reduce visual landscape harm. 40% of the development will provide affordable homes, and the overall development will contribute to meeting the housing shortfall within the district. Your officer's robust report clearly assesses each planning consideration. Mitigation measures are proposed via the layout design and landscaping, which is secured through planning conditions and Section 106 obligations. On this basis, I hope members are able to support the recommendation of the officers and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ward members are Councillor Charles Tucker, Councillor Jodie Arnold and Councillor Dan Birdwright-Green, who you've already heard from. So I would just ask you, Councillor Tucker and Councillor Arnold, have you any relevant questions you'd like to ask, to clarify any points at all? Councillor Tucker first.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to ask Ms Bibby if why it is that the application does not include the tree belt on the Aylesbury Road, the B4084.
There is an existing tree belt there, and the proposals show that it's going to be enhanced along that edge.
I'm sorry, it isn't, it's outside the red line. How do you propose to do that work if it's outside the red line?
So the dark green is the vegetation along the highway. The lighter green within the red line is further landscaping that we will propose, which we have discussed with the landscape officer, and that will be enhanced all within the red line. That's woodland planting that's proposed along the edge.
Can I ask, in the design and access statement of your application, it makes very great play about the screening effect of the boundaries of the site, and that on that northern boundary, the existing tree screen is crucial in order to screen the development from the B4084. Yet it's not in your planning application, and you will have no control over it. Can you explain why that is?
Well, they're highway trees. I'm assuming the county council, unless there is a highway safety reason for trees to be removed, they wouldn't want to be taking them out. We are proposing robust woodland planting within the red line of our site. They will vary in stock sizes, so they won't just all be whips, and this is something that we have discussed with the landscape officer, and an appropriate landscape condition would be attached to any decision enabling us to provide an appropriate scheme with any reserved matters.
If I could come back, Chairman, my information from the daughter of the previous landowner is that those trees were within the land which was sold when the farmland was sold. They're not highway trees, they are part of the farm. Your proposal here would leave that as an orphan strip of undefined land, presumably still within the ownership of the main owner of the site, but without any management agreement or arrangement. And given that you are expecting that screen to be very effective in terms of screening the development from the B4084, if you don't control it, I don't see how you can.
Thank you. Yeah, so the red line is based on the land registry title. That is all we can give you today. Our understanding is that the trees along the road, the B road, are highway trees. We've explored highway connections at that point, and it's a highway drain, which is why we've avoided draining to that boundary. As far as we're aware, they overlap. Some are within the site, some are highway trees, but this is based on the land registry title search.
Thank you. And as needs.
I mean, ultimately, in addition, in terms of the ownership of the trees, as that plan shows, that there will be a buffer of landscape planting. As you heard, the intention there is to plant a mix and variety of trees, and that's captured in the conditions within the report, and we'd expect to see that come forward at reserve matters stage. So, whilst there is that existing screening from that belt of trees of disputed ownership, there will be a belt of landscape planting that will include effectively another line of trees that would be within this site and this development's control.
Any further questions? Councillor Tucker, Councillor Arnold, would you like to ask anything? No. Can I ask the committee then? Councillor Birch, followed by Councillor Morris.
Thank you very much. Question, Dan, if that's okay, Councillor Right Green. If this application were to be approved today and it went through as its outline application, are there any conditions that you believe at this stage would assist the application, would improve it from the town council's perspective?
The problem is, I now probably have sat through maybe half a dozen of our planning meetings where we've basically set precedents. This is a precedent where we're basically heading towards Drake's Broughton. That's what we're doing. So once we break the ridge line, and once we make that decision, because the bit of slither of housing that's just to the right there, that was an inspector that made that decision on a brownfield site, effectively. This is us making that decision, that's a precedent. It's at that point what we're basically saying is the bit of land next, that's fine. We've already got a couple of people sniffing around on the ridge line on the other side of the road. So unless you can put a condition saying this is our one time we cross the ridge line, which you can't, then I can't answer that question, because what we're doing is we're setting a new precedent. And every time we do this, we have another argument that we lose. I would rather have this at Inspector where they make the decision, because they set the precedent. If we're setting this precedent, there's a real problem here, because people will just roll on through and we've got no argument.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
I didn't notice in the report about the water issues. There is one point, and this has come from, I think, from the Town Council, possibly from the objectors. So I would like to explore that issue. It says here, problems with water supply in Pershore. What we've heard from the resident is alarming to me, because it sounds to me like there is an issue with water. I would like to be reassured by the applicant and or the objectors as to how that is being dealt with, whether this is being exaggerated or whether the developer even knew that it was an issue.
Would you like to answer that, Rachel?
Yes, so when we prepare planning applications, we will undertake developer inquiries, which are telling us where the capacity is, if there's any issues. We've not been made aware that this area cannot take additional units because of water supply. The same with electricity. This will generate new services for the electricity, so then we would have to pay for those upgrades, which might potentially help the existing residents. Am I allowed to make a point on the potential development of further fields from here, just following the councillor's comment?
I think we stick to this one, but I'm just... would you? Okay, we'll address it in a minute, okay? Yeah. We'll address that one in a minute.
Can I just come back in on your utilities point? Yeah. As you'll recall from the Budsey appeal decision, which I've referred to numerous times, that this came up at appeal and was tested by effectively local residents in terms of concerns over, well, in that instance, sewerage and intermittent loss of electricity. What the inspector considered there is that if there are no objections from the utility providers in the absence of those, it's not something that the inspector was wanting to give weight to. And the position of the relevant utility providers will always be given significant and substantive weight, so, which is what we will need to do as a decision maker. And the inspector there also went on to note that any development will make a pro-rata contribution to the upkeep of these services. So whilst I hit that there may be an issue, clearly we don't have any evidence from Severn Trent that they are objecting, and as you've heard from the developer inquiry as well. So whilst there may be there may or may not be an issue, Severn Trent aren't telling us that there is. And as I say, and inspectors have considered this concern, and that's the conclusions that they make on this issue.
Councillor Clapworthy.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, Dan, there's a fan in the way. It's a question for yourself, if you don't mind, please. We've heard from the applicant that invitations were put out to various individuals to attend to discuss the development, etc. And evidently, according to the applicant, they were declined and you didn't meet. And I'd be interested to know why, because certainly in the ward that I'm with, and Councillor Dyke, when we've had similar invitations, and along with a case officer, we've jumped at it because we learn an awful lot from the applicant that may not necessarily come out in these sort of committees. So I'd be curious to know why you didn't take up their offer of meeting.
It's quite simple, really. This is an area where decisions have been made previously by previous councillors before my time, where we've said that ridgeline is where we will not progress. And I honour that. So having a conversation with an individual who wants to break that, I'm not going to learn anything new by speaking to them. I do not believe this is the right way to go. This is an extension beyond the town boundary. This is an extension into open countryside. So that conversation, frankly, is a waste of taxpayers' money, because I've got to find a place to be and actually use that facility. It's also a waste of your time, because I'm not going to agree with you. And at the end of the day, that site, whether we say yes or no, they will progress.
I think.
And do you know how I know that? Because that's what's happened to me in the past.
I'm just going to butt in, because I want to stick to the actual application if possible. And concentrate on that, if you don't mind. Thank you, though, for your question.
I'd just like to add that I asked the question specifically because there would be obviously a bonus and relative positive to meeting. Whatever's happened in the past, happened in the past. This is going forward and moving along with and working with the applicant. And I'm curious to know why they didn't.
No, you're absolutely right in that it's better to have the conversations with the developer. And this is, just to remind you, this is an outline application. So there'll be plenty of time to have conversations with the developer if this goes to approval. So I would suggest that that is a major thing for you to do, as in all applications. Thank you, though. Thank you, John. Councillor Morris.
Just a quick one for Councillor Boatwright Green. I'm looking at page 59, and there are no objections to this application other than Pershore Town Council. Now, I'm not suggesting that you haven't got a right to object, but you're suggesting that we should reject this application, but there is no technical reason. Nobody else is objecting to it, and I'm suggesting that as a town council, engaging with the process is helpful. So, to my question, which is, how can we object to an application when nobody else is raising an objection? Well, yes, I know, but we're...
So I think we've got to stick to clarifying the questions.
Yeah,
I
that
think
is mine. There is no objection. There are recommendations,
yeah,
but there are no objections.
Okay,
so
well, we've had a couple already this afternoon.
Well, yes.
But
on which grounds, on the technical matters, on the matters of other experts, which one of them is either not giving us a true picture, in your opinion?
Do I start my speech again?
No, I don't think so.
No, I was about to say, because I did make it clear, SWDP2, SWDP25, and our officers. So I'm actually using the direct evidence from our own officers.
Can I butt in? This is an outline planning commission. We're considering it as an outline planning commission. I don't really want to get involved in who said to what 6 months ago. So I'd rather keep to questions that clarify what the speakers have said if you're unsure about anything that they have said. And then we can debate it. Some of this is a debate as well, which you think so. So that's what I think. Councillor Kersey, do you want to butt in there? Oh, no, I thought you were just waving your hand. Any other questions to speak? Councillor Ward.
Yes, this is a question for the applicant. I know it's reserved matters at this stage. Do you consider a gradation in terms of built form adjacent to neighbouring properties being in keeping with the vernacular in concept? Have you got any ideas in terms of design? I know it's outlined at this stage, but I'd be curious to know.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you're right, it is outlined and they can be fairly high level. We have submitted a design and access statement with the submission, which does go into quite a lot of detail about the character locally to this area and just Pershore generally. So that selects like potential palettes of materials, roof ridges, heights, and even like bay windows, dormer windows, etc. So we are already looking at the actual character, and that will be coming forward. We are the end developer on this site. It's not something that's going to be sold on. Yeah, so we have thought about that already.
Thank you. Any Councillor Turi?
It's just a quick one. I understand that SWDP 26 telecom and broadband is listed as a possible thing, and I was going to ask the resident if you have those troubles.
Sorry, with broadband and so on? No, it's one of the few things that's really, really good.
That's a positive statement. Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you, speakers. Would you like to return to your seats? Thank you. So we have 3 ward members, but 2 are going to speak for partially speak, or speak partially, whichever's English. Councillor Tucker and Councillor Arnold. Who wants to go first? Councillor Arnold first. You, as I said to you, roughly between you got about 10 minutes, so if you can keep it to that, thank you very much. Councillor Arnold, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So today we're here to consider access, including open space, landscaping and drainage for up to 105 houses on land at Bestford Bridge, Pershore, on land that has not been allocated for development in our development plan and is located in the open countryside outside of the development boundary of Pershore. The proposal does not comply with the vision and objectives as stated in our own South Worcestershire Development Plan, point C, 1, to ensure that the scale and type of development does not compromise landscape character of South Worcestershire built heritage. Concerns have been raised by the planning officer, landscape officer and conservation officer as to the viability of the location of this proposal, as building here would result in harm to our landscape and current local character of the location. Quoting our landscape officer, building on the higher contours of this site would bring the urban form of Pershore over the hill into view in an otherwise rural landscape. The proposal would be significantly more visible than the existing barn-style development that currently complements the Grade 2 listed farmhouse and barn in this location. Our landscape officer also states that the effects of light pollution associated with the building of houses here has not been considered. Due to its exposed position in the open countryside, the lights from developing this land would be seen in the far distance. The high contours of the development can never be fully screened or even softened. Trees cannot grow tall enough to reduce the significant landscape changes upon our countryside at this location, as stated in the reports. Our landscape officer goes on to say in the report, to conclude, I suggest that the proposed development would not be appropriate or integrate with the character of the landscape setting as required by policy SWDP 25. SWDP 6 states we should conserve and enhance heritage assets such as the Grade 2 listed farmhouse and barn, and great weight should be afforded to this. The proposal does not complement in any way the current buildings here or the landscape character, as it is currently agricultural and not urban. Concerns were raised by the planning officer that the development will not comply with SWDP 2, as the proposal is in the open countryside and land not allocated for development. SWDP 2 tells us that development of these sites must be strictly controlled and should be limited to buildings such as dwellings for rural workers, rural exception sites, and building for agricultural and forestry. It also tells us that the development should ensure the retention of the open character of the significant gaps. They should also be appropriate with size and type of development around it to fit in with the landscape character, all of which the development here at this site would not comply with. The site proposed does not comply with SWDP 21 high quality design. The impact of creating an urban design in such a high profile area that can be seen from miles around contradicts the neighbouring site that was developed to be seen as barns to complement the listed buildings here. The urban development here would be out of place in the existing landscape, and I quote from a report, erode the historic relationship between the site and Ellsborough Farm. Even in the updated report, they clearly cannot fully mitigate the harmful effects this will have on the views from Drakes Broughton and settlements beyond. I propose that we here today reject this proposal. This is not an appropriate place for the development when considering the landscape and open space issues, using all of the reasons I have stated and non-compliance with multiple policies in our own South Worcestershire Development Plan. Thank you.
Charles.
Thank you. The context obviously has been well established and well set out in previous speeches just here today. I'd just like to remind people that the development proposal here follows two applications which were refused by this council but allowed on appeal. And both of those applications, that is Choules Close and the Barnes development, which we visited this morning, were considered to be outside the boundary of the town and were not appropriate for the development of and the extension of Pershore. But I do recognise that the reason why we are considering this today is because of the particular situation that the council finds itself in with regard to housing land supply issues and also the questions from the National Planning Policy Framework, the so-called tilted balance. I do believe that if it wasn't for that, we would not be even considering this application. It would have been refused by the officers without coming to committee. But let me remind you what the tilted balance does say. I'm sure officers know very well what it means, but I'll just read out what it says here from one of the documents. It means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay, or where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date, granting permission unless, and this is the important thing, unless any adverse impact of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework as a whole. And I do claim, Chairman, that that is the case here. This proposal would significantly and demonstrably outweigh benefits of the development, because it is setting a dangerous precedent of development beyond the existing ridgeline, beyond the boundary of Pershore, into open countryside. It drives a cart and horses through SWDP2, though I know that that is no longer considered to be a policy which is in date. But surely, Chairman, we have principles as a committee, we have principles as a council, and we should not be just driven by, pulled by the nose on the National Planning Policy Framework. I do believe that if there is an application where we ought to stand up for what is right in terms of development, this is one of them. It's wrong to put the application, to put a development like this in this location. It should be turned down. And if we then have to go to an appeal, well, I think that is something which we should accept that it is our responsibility to do. Clearly, Chairman, there is a view within the officers of the council, and particularly our landscape officer, that this does not comply with landscape policy and would have a significant detrimental effect on the open rural countryside and the landscape character of that area. So there you are. That is one of the things where we are significantly and demonstrably outweighing the benefits, in my view. As Dan said, from the Town Council point of view, this is encouraging coalescence between Drakes Broughton and Pershore, and of course with the likely development of a parkway coming along, the wish to increase development along that AB 4084 corridor will no doubt increase. So I do think we have strong policy reasons to reject it. Also, on detail, I think when members went to the bus today, you drove up from the Drakes Broughton direction, and you saw the high hedge on the right-hand side, which I asked Ms. Bibby about just now. The developers do make a very strong point about that being an important element of the screening of this site, and I mean, you could see that it would in fact prevent really any views at this time of the year when the trees are in full leaf of the development. But what about in the winter, when in fact there will be no trees there and there will be street lights, and it will be impossible to say that there is not an encroachment of a urban suburban development into the countryside. So I am very worried that if this is approved, that boundary screen will no longer persist. It should be retained, but there will be no way in which you could impose conditions which would require the developer to maintain that screen. And really, it's not sufficient to say that more trees will be planted behind, because as the landscape officer says, it'll be 15 years before there's any significant improvement in the screening of that site, or significant improvement of the site. Was that for me?
I hope you've made some very good points.
I think I'll leave it at that, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Tucker. Both of you, good points, so thank you. So I'll open it to debate to the Councillor Birch first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Boatwright Green hit on a few points that ring true. You know, both you and I have had our ordeal in the past with Lion Court Homes in a very similar sort of application at the edge of Fernal Heath as it stretched, and we were in a very similar situation. We were at risk of development stretching out until Lower Town, breaking that village boundary, and it's a similar situation here with the town boundary breaking into the villages. It's something that we've seen before, and it's an application, a Lion Court Homes application for a very, very similar number of houses. Ours was 25 more, so perhaps we win on that note. But it was a slightly larger application, and we took it to appeal, and we fought it, and we lost. And the reason we lost is because of the housing land supply. And that wasn't just about the fact that it was stretching into Lower Town. We had the added weight there where there were listed buildings. And in fact, that was almost where the inspector took a lot of their points and was umming and ahhing. As far as the impeaching into a hamlet and then breaking the village boundary and expanding into open countryside, that didn't really come up because it's happening all over. Not just Wychavon, but all over the country. You know, there are housing targets, villages and towns are getting bigger, and it's very, very difficult now to argue a planning application on the basis of keeping a village or a town boundary, because they're going somewhere. There's a certain number of brownfield sites, absolutely, but here, there is an infringement on the open countryside. So as far as Councillor Boatwright Green's comments around setting a precedent concerned, I'd argue the precedent's already there. The precedent was possibly set by that Fernal Heath application. If not, I'm sure we can look through and find 3 or 4 others where we've been in a very, very similar situation of impeaching out of a town or village boundary into rural hamlets and villages. This is not the first one. Whether we decide it now or whether an inspector decides it, the precedent is there. I think if we were to take it to the inspector, they would say pretty much what I'm saying in terms of it's the 5-year housing land supply, that's the situation we're in. It would be very difficult to argue. What I will say as far as this development itself is concerned is it is mildly disappointing. I appreciate the point that was made about why it wasn't felt necessary to have the discussion, because it was an outright no as far as the town council was concerned. So they felt that it wasn't necessarily a good use of time. But what I will say is I believe this is a developer that would have worked more proactively to deal with a number of the concerns that Councillor Tucker's just raised as far as landscaping is concerned. Lion Court Homes, I've heard it from my residents just this week, have been out and visited 5 or 6 residents in Fernal Heath in their living rooms about the Reserve Matters application for 130 homes there to speak to residents. They've met with parish councillors, they met with us when we had the outline application and let us know what's going on. So if this is approved and there is a Reserve Matters application, the town council and the district councillors really do need to go and meet with Lion Court Homes, because they will meet with you and they'll meet with you as much as you like. And we've managed to get some changes which have helped, and I believe it's in their best interest to do the same. So I won't say anything more at the moment, Chair, but I just think it would be a very, very difficult one to hold up an appeal. And I think with a bit of negotiation between the council and the developers, there can be a number of changes made to this development to make it as good as it can possibly be for Pershore.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Kersey?
Chairman, thank you. This application is, if you take out of the equation for a moment where it is a high quality application. It has above the required amount of biodiversity net gain. It's not looking for it to be off-site. It's got 45% open space, and it would provide 42 affordable homes, which I will come back onto in a moment. But in every part of this application, what it's required to do, it's exceeding what it's required to do. Now, Councillor Tucker knows that in the fact of protecting the countryside and the infuriation of destroying the countryside, Councillor Tucker and I are very much on the same page. Indeed, Councillor Boatwright Green and I are on the same page. I absolutely hate the destruction of our countryside. I've said in this chamber so many times that once it's gone, and we can't get it back. However, what I do not agree with Councillor Boatwright about is that he's saying that if Pershore Town had a development plan in place, that there would not be a sole reason why this would be refused. Well, in fact, if Pershore Town Council had a development plan in place, if the ward members had encouraged the Town Council to do a development plan 2, 3, however many years ago, even a year ago to start it to get through, it's very simple. Councillor Boatwright Green said if the council was in a different position, it wouldn't be before the committee today. If Pershore Town Council had a development plan in place, no, this wouldn't be before committee today, but also I would suggest that the application wouldn't even be in existence, because the development plans are done by the villages and the towns, and they are the only way to prevent this sort of application coming forward. Councillor Boatwright Green said that if the reason for not engaging with the applicant was that he said that the one time that we breached the ridgeline, it's then going to set a precedent. Well, set a precedent in a different way. Put the time and effort in to having a development plan, and then you don't have this situation. Our housing target has been increased by 197% for Wychavon by this government. We cannot sit and just say we do not want these applications, because we know that if we say we do not want these applications, using good policy reasons do not stand in this environment. And as Councillor no, you're not Councillor Boatwright Green, are you? As Councillor Birch says, this would simply go to appeal, costing the council money, costing the taxpayer money, and it would then be agreed. But with regards to that, take into account what we can control. We can't control 197% increased housing numbers from the government, but what we can control is letting the local residents have their say and have a development plan in place. So I go back to the fact that this application, if we approved it today, would allow for 42 affordable homes. We have earlier in this committee this afternoon heard about a rural exception site for 10 affordable homes. This would be the equivalent of 4 or 5 of those rural exception sites, because it would provide 42 affordable homes, albeit in a location that we would rather that it wasn't in, but it is in a sustainable location on the outskirts of Pershore. And that is instead of us seeing 5 applications in this chamber in a rural setting. And I would say Councillor Morris was correct. It's surprising for 105 dwellings in the open countryside at the sheer lack of objection. In Hanbury, a small Category 3 village, there was 21 formal objections to that application. So I would say, no, it's not what we want, but think about the bigger picture. 42 affordable homes in this sustainable location would mean that there's 4 or 5 rural exception sites that are not in place. What I would urge the local members to do, I would urge them, even if they think it's because they're agreeing with me, I would urge them to get Pershore Town Council to do a development plan. I will come and speak to Pershore Town Council, any of our officers will come and speak to Pershore Town Council, but please do this, or this is a never-ending cycle of coming to say that we don't want it. What I would also do, it is disappointing, although I understand the reasons why Councillor Boatwright Green is saying that they didn't engage with the applicant, but please, if we approve this application today, please engage with the applicant around the reserve matter stage, because as Councillor Arnold stated, that yes, it needs to be complementing the barn development. And on site today, it was very clear that dwellings that had the wooden boarding and whatever would be very much more in keeping. But that's the stage to do that, to speak to the developer, engage with them, and then you can have a massive impact on that. With regards to the listed buildings really are already surrounded by development, so I don't think really that's a consideration. But all of that being said, Chairman, I propose approval in line with officer recommendation.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether the Pershore people would necessarily follow your logic, but I accept what you say. We are in a position and we you know, it does, hopefully, larger developments do safeguard some of the smaller villages. But as I said, I don't think that probably helps people locally. Councillor Tourier, followed by somebody else. Councillor Tourier.
Thank you. And whilst I agree with Councillor Kersey that the development is quite an attractive one, I would point out that just in the last couple of months, Pershore has put through about 300 houses, so it's not like they're not doing their bit. And I think the landscape, the view that we saw when we went on the site visit this morning, the view we had from the development on Aldsborough Hill, the barn, of the Malvern Hills down to Drake's Broughton was exceptional. And I think that any landscape officer, and the people that saw it today, would agree with me. And I think that that site being destroyed is quite a large thing that we shouldn't just do because, yes, we've got a lack of 5-year housing plan. I do think, and as well as with the heritage aspect of it, that we should think very carefully about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Good, followed by Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. There are a whole load of very good reasons not to support this application, which have been rehashed several times by the local members and the town council and the objectors. I think reading through the report, really what it comes down to is the comment at the bottom of page 82, which says, with the tilted balance engaged, it is considered that the harms identified would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme, which, to be perfectly honest, is pretty much saying that with the increase in targets from the government and our own lack of land supply, the developers have got us over a barrel. And I can't gainsay that. I'm not a planning officer. I haven't gone into this in detail, going through it line by line. I hear what's been said by my colleagues, and I hear what others are saying. There are good things about this development, but there are also things that are less good. I have to say that I cannot support this development. Whether I vote against it or merely abstain will depend on what else I hear.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. If it were a personal view, then the last thing I want to see is Pershore growing beyond its existing boundaries. It works. However, we have officers that we employ. They have the knowledge. And if you look at the bottom of page 68, and if I may, can I read a quick paragraph, Chairman?
Indeed.
I think it's...
Carry on.
The conservation officer is of the view that the proposed development would result in less than substantial harm at the low to medium level. The heritage statement similarly concluded that the proposed development would result in less than substantial harm, but at the lowest end. Considering both the positions of the applicant and the conservation officer, it is concluded that the proposed development would result in a low level of less than substantial harm. As such, this harm needs to be weighed against the public benefits of the scheme, and that's where we are. And for me, that sums up my view anyway.
Thank you. Are you just fanning yourself, Greg? Okay. I thought you were going to speak and waving at me furiously. Councillor Raleigh.
I wasn't familiar with this site, but on the site visit this morning, looking at that view, I just cannot support the housing on this site. It's, I think for the heritage reasons and the landscape reasons, we cannot allow this to go forward. So I would propose refusal for the various reasons that have been suggested.
Thank you. Councillor Tourier.
Yes, obviously I will support that.
Can I have further comments from people? Councillor Adams.
Well, just a one-liner for me. Don't forget this is an outline. Please.
Thank you. Have there been any further comments? Hello? Yeah, could you say?
Just before we go to the vote, and this is just to contextualise, this isn't intended to try and sway anyone because I don't believe I have the power to be able to do that for starters, but we just need to be mindful that in every recent appeal decision we have that concerns housing, our shortfall of 1.1 years is often described by inspectors as a critical shortfall. So I would not underestimate the language being used by inspectors or the weighting they're giving that shortfall in their deliberations. You've heard reference made to a Fernhill Heath appeal. We had, I'm not sure if it's the same appeal, but we certainly had an appeal at Fernhill Heath that we refused on landscape harm. When we got to appeal, the inspector actually subscribed a higher level of landscape harm than even we were proposing at appeal, but still ended up concluding that the housing land supply position outweighed the higher level of harm that he found than even we were advocating. So it's just to be mindful of where the inspectorates are seeing landscape harm within this planning balance debate with housing land supply. And especially in the context of the extent of our shortfall, but also in a landscape that is not a designated landscape, i.e. area of outstanding natural beauty. And finally, just in terms of other matters that we've heard raised, each case is on its own merits, that there isn't precedent per se in planning, and as members recall, we permitted recently an application at Hassel Lane, and we also recently this week had an appeal that dismissed something there as well, and that was a site where there was concern that would one thing influence another. It's very, very, it must be made very, very plain that each case is on its own merits, and also to advise members, we're not frightened to refuse applications, and there are many things that don't come before you, as members will know, because we refuse them at officer level. So the fact that we bring this before you is that we believe in this in terms of the recommendations set out, but also in this case the planning balance before you in terms of how we have weighted that. Thank you, Chairman.
I think I speak for all the committee. I think we understand the situation. We understand the housing supply situation. We understand how we are fixed. So, without any further ado, we have a proposal for refusal from Councillor Rowley. And we have to have the refusal reasons, yeah. So would you, seconded by Councillor Turri, so what reasons have you for refusing this, besides you don't like it?
Um, 25, 2, so heritage agricultural land, it's
13.
So landscape, heritage assets, agricultural.
No.
And anything else I can think of.
Sustainability?
Yes, sustainability.
Sustainability and highways reasons.
May I just caution members of potentially advancing a refusal reason on highways with no highways objection, and also sustainability, given this does adjoin the main built form of Pershore, which is obviously a town. We got to, you're free to proceed how you wish, but just be mindful of the context in which any appeal would be viewed. Thank you.
I was just looking at the water situation and the electric situation next door.
As outlined in terms of lessons that we've learnt from the Budsey decision, the clear steer from inspectors, I would again caution members about advancing that as a refusal reason.
Would you like to take it from here, Rachel, please? You all right with that?
Chairman?
Yes. No, we're okay, thanks, Jodie, thank you. We're just formulating the reasons for the refusals. $25.
Archaeology.
With the greatest respect, I would caution about sort of throwing a pick and mix of policies out. These do need to be substantive reasons, and whilst you're very welcome and free to take a different position to our heritage advisors, in the context of the impact on the listed buildings, we have heard that this is identified as less than substantial harm and at the lower end of that scale. Again, whilst I don't think that necessarily has implications in terms of costs, I do think it's, if we're in an appeal situation, it's likely to be an appeal refusal reason that we would want to see fall away. I don't think it's something that we could credibly stack up given the expert opinion both that we have internally but also the applicant's position tallies with our own. So it's just, again, exercise that caution. Again, you're free to disregard that and you're free to advance that refusal reason, but again, it's, you know, just to make you aware of the implications.
So have we got a summary?
Yeah, I think so.
I said you've got a proposition to refuse from Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Tourier. Rachel.
So the proposal is to refuse planning permission on the basis of SWDP 2 design, SWDP 25 landscape harm, SWDP 24 heritage, and the technical reason of no Section 106 agreement. Sorry, correction. Design is SWDP 21, not SWDP 2. Members, all those in favour of refusal, please raise your cards. 2, 3. All those against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 against. Any abstentions? Abstentions 2. Motion has fallen, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that. Right, we go back again to the debate. Can we carry on? We've had, I said, only one proposal for approval for this. Have we any other comments? Councillor Knight.
I'm so sorry, I've lost it.
I'd be happy to second Councillor Kersey's motion.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, then we'll put that to the vote. Rachel?
The proposal is to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permissions subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the obligations and the planning conditions, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the obligations and planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. All those in favour, please raise your voting cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 in favour. All those against. 2. Any abstentions? 3 abstentions. Motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to the speakers. If you'd like to go or stay, thank you. We would carry on. If anybody doesn't want to break, we'll carry on for the last 2 items. Yes, Councillor Ramazan.
Would it be possible for Andrew to relinquish the fan a little bit? Because we're a little bit warm. Oh, right. Well, can we have a bit of a turn? Thank you, Chairman.
Hogging the fan, Andrew. Well, if you can concentrate your minds for items 10 and 11. Otherwise, we'll turn the fans off and you'll get so hot we'll have to do this quickly. So could you concentrate your minds, please? We'll move on to item 10. Do you want a glass of water? Okay. Councillor Kersey, do you want to say anything before we carry on?
Chairman, yes, please. My omission, can I declare a non-pecuniary interest that the Speaker, Kevin Beasley, is known to me as the Clerk of Broadway Parish Council.
Anything else? Any other disclosures whilst we're at it? No. Moving on to item 10, which is application 25/00264, Paddock View, Springfield Lane, Broadway. You will see the 10 and 11 are sort of similar, and we have the same speakers, but we'll go for item 10 and welcome Mr. Kevin Beasley, Mr. Geoffrey Eclair Heath, and Mr. Oliver Ryder. To the front, please. And we're pleased to have Charlotte Barry, who's going to present this application once everybody's seated. Okay. Sorry, if you wanted a glass of water, you know, you're fine. So as long as you keep listening. Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The item before you today, which is the first of two applications to be heard, relates to Paddock View, Springfield Lane in Broadway. The application site is located on the western edge of Springfield Lane, north of Plot A, and is bound by existing residential development to the north, south and east. In regards to the site's planning history, permission in principle was granted in 2022 for 3 new homes on land to the north of Ridgeway House on Springfield Lane. The site we're looking at today forms Plot B of the original approval. The permission in principle approval was followed in 2023 by a technical details consent, which also included Plot B. The current application is for full planning permission rather than an amendment through the technical details consent route. Although this is a different process, either the combined earlier permissions or this full application could be lawfully implemented if approved. Members will have the opportunity to discuss the adjacent application relating to Plot A later today. The key differences from the previously approved technical details consent scheme include the addition of a 2-storey rear extension to provide a family room at ground floor level, and dressing room at first floor level, and a single-storey detached garage. The application site is outlined in red on the aerial photograph shown here. The site's located immediately adjacent to but outside of the Broadway Conservation Area and lies within the Cotswolds National Landscape. The proposed development is easily accommodated within the plot and, as a result of its siting and layout, respects the existing building line along Springfield Lane. The dwelling and garage are set back from the road and allow for partial views through the site to the open countryside beyond, maintaining the semi-rural characteristics of the area. The proposed dwelling is to provide a large entrance hall, formal dining room and open plan sitting room at ground floor level. Similarly, at first floor level, the dwelling is to provide a master bedroom with ensuite, 3 additional bedrooms with 1 ensuite and a separate bathroom. The proposed dwelling is 2 stories in height and adopts a pitched roof design with traditional proportions and design features, including a prominent chimney stack and projecting gables, which reflect the style of the immediately adjacent properties. The dwelling also incorporates an appropriate palette of external materials, including natural stone walling and conservation roof tiles, which are visually in keeping with the general character and appearance of the surrounding area. The proposed garage, which has been repositioned and reduced in size throughout the course of this application, is now positioned to the side of the property and behind the principal elevation to preserve the openness of the site. The scheme responds positively to its context. As shown here, the proposed street scene illustrates that the dwelling will integrate well with surrounding properties, respecting their scale, separation, and the prevailing pattern of development. As shown here, a sustainable drainage system is proposed to be shared with the adjacent plot, St. Breview, comprising a below-ground attenuation tank under the driveway, and surface water will be discharged at a controlled rate, and foul water is to be connected to the public sewer via a new inspection chamber. The site's currently partially developed, with groundworks and partially constructed dwellings evident. Whilst this is noted, members are reminded that this full application must be assessed on its own merits, regardless of the progress on site to date. The next few slides include some additional photographs of the application site taken on Monday of this week. In summary, officers consider that while the proposal conflicts with the spatial strategy set out in policy SWDP 2C, by virtue of its location outside the defined development boundary of Broadway, this policy is considered to be out of date due to the Council's current housing land supply figure. As such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development, the so-called tilted balance at paragraph 11D of the NPPF, is engaged. Regard is also had to a fallback position which exists in terms of the extant PIP and associated TDC consents for residential development on the site. When assessed against the 3 sustainable development objectives, the scheme is considered to deliver clear benefits, which collectively carry substantial weight in the planning balance. Although the proposals would result in less than substantial harm to the setting of the Broadway conservation area, this harm is considered to be at the lower end of the scale and is outweighed by the public benefits of development. The proposals are therefore considered on balance to represent sustainable development in accordance with the NPPF. The officer's recommendation is therefore to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions listed at Section 8 of the committee report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the obligations and planning conditions as required by the Director. Officers also have a number of verbal updates to make in relation to this application. Firstly, officers propose slight amendments to the wording of the drainage condition, which is currently a dischargeable condition and is to be altered to a compliance condition, as the information pertaining to drainage has already been provided. Secondly, the recommendation has been altered from that within the committee report to remove reference to the completion of a Section 106 agreement, as confirmation has been received from the Council solicitors that the affordable housing payments have been received. Finally, the Council's landscape officer provided some comments to be relayed verbally as part of the presentations today on this and the associated application at Saintbury View, which are summarised as follows. The principle of development on these sites is already established with the previous granting of planning consent. There's a suburbanising effect from the development, and any adverse visual effect needs to be weighed in the planning balance. The submitted landscape drawing for both of the sites, drawing 888.02 revision E, and the planting proposals are generally agreeable. It is, however, suggested that the native hedgerow planting is extended across the whole of the northern boundary of Plot B, which can be controlled by amended plans or a condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kevin Beasley, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. Broadway Parish Council strongly object to this application. The land was consented specifically and only for 3 self-build plots, limited altogether by statute to a total of 1,000 square metres and subject to technical detail consent, collectively, not individually. Changes to any one part of the development affect other parts. The TDC at the District Council's Planning Committee approved the building details following the applicant's explicit statement about reducing the scale of the proposal compared to earlier plans and there being no garages. Permitted development rights were removed among conditions. Building commenced in November 2024. The foundations laid exceeded the size of the approved plans. Therefore, the Parish Council is of the opinion it is in breach of the approved PIP and TDC. The new application appeared in February 2025 when the walls to the ground floor were substantially constructed. The Parish Council have reviewed the design and access statement and are concerned that the site is depicted in text and photographs as an open field. This is clearly not the case, as the foundations had already been laid and walls built. There is a clear planning policy affecting this site under the SWP, DP and the recent neighbourhood plan. The proposed development lies outside the village development boundary. The Broadway Neighbourhood Plan Policy HD1 states that the development will be classed as open countryside and will only be supported in exceptional circumstances. These do not apply in this situation. BE1 states that the development should be of a high design standard and be in keeping with the character and create a strong sense of space and should be appropriate to the location and scale and design. Both of these are supported by the SWBDP 2, 21 and 23. The enlarged house and garage now proposed is contrary to policy BE6, which refers to the street stream within the neighbourhood plan. Taken with the buildings of the Plot A, all views from Springfield Lane to the open countryside are blocked, even after a late modification to the garage. The new street scene proposed is urbanised, inappropriate to open rural countryside. These are new detrimental non-compliance with plan policies. The new application makes no additional contribution to the council's housing supply. There is already a planning consent in place with building near completion. All the benefits listed in the conclusion to the officer's report have been obtained under the existing consent. There is no tilted balance applicable in this application. The Parish Council sees no reason to approve something detrimental to the public. Thank you.
Many thanks. Mr. Geoffrey Ackler Heath, you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
I speak for some 20 crowdfunding supporters. This is an unnecessary, flawed application, and your officers are aware that the DAS documentation is materially false, claiming green field when it was an established building site. There are 4 false answers to legal questions in the signed application forms. The foundations you've just heard did not conform with your previous approval. These legal issues are unresolved. Applications are judged on their individual merits, but history is a material consideration of some weight. This is one in a series of attempts grossly to enlarge the approval under a statutory small development PIP in 2022. The ensuing TDC scheme vastly exceeded the consent, was resisted by residents and failed to gain approval. Multiple attempts followed with the same result. Last May, the self-builders presented you proposals they said met their needs and resulted from 2 years' hard work. With reduced scale, less floor space and removal of garages, this committee bought the story and approved. Foundations were promptly constructed for a potentially larger structure than approved. The committee had been misled. A larger building was always intended. The new application was made only when ground floor walls were up. Undoing the previous assurances, it increases floor space on plot A by 66% and B by 27% with substantial garages. It is a scheme to circumvent previous assurances to the committee to build something entirely different to the PIP, avoid inconvenient policies. It is inspired by greed, not need. The report concludes the sole reason for potential approval is a presumption in favour under the NPPF, the tilted balance, which balances harm with weighted benefits. Members, there are no benefits attributable to this application, and so no tilted balance applies. Prior to this application, houses were already underway, starting 6 months earlier, under a consent with exactly the same benefits. All those benefits are already delivered. There are no benefits listed in the report. There are no new benefits. There are no new dwellings created. Photos supplied show the houses are now constructed. Wychavon housing supply is not increased. It defies any reasonable logic to claim benefits a second time, the same benefits. Under the NPPF, no benefits, no tilted balance. The parish clerk has listed approved policies which significant harm is created, e.g. unacceptable street scene urbanisation, clear in the officers' committee report. There is no case for approval. The public and press viewing us on YouTube do expect logical decisions. Sadly, the committee was misled last May. You might be concerned over the reputational effect of a further illogical approval and even the questionable legality of the application. Members, there are secure grounds for rejecting this proposal, and we respectfully ask you to reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver Ryder, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The proposal before you seeks full planning permission for a new self-built dwelling and associated garage known as Paddock View, Plot B. As you know, Plot A is listed separately on the agenda. The property sits amongst similar-sized characteristic property along Springfield Lane, with a majority of properties in the area having previously been extended themselves, including, I understand, the houses of some of the people who are objecting to it. As set out in your papers, the background to this development is that permission in principle was granted for 3 houses, which covers this plot and its neighbour. This was followed by technical details consent. The dwelling was duly implemented and the house is now substantially complete. The only material change to the current scheme is that the previous approval relates to the provision of an additional 2-storey rear extension and a new garage. We're losing the chimney. The dwelling is essentially the same as that previously approved in all other respects. Footings have been dug in anticipation of the 2-storey extension, but not for the garage. There's nothing controversial about this. The planning system provides for applications to be made in retrospect, and such applications are to be treated as if such works have not occurred. A full application is chosen for this proposal given the limitations of floor space allowed by PIPs, but that's simply a procedural matter and has no bearing on the merits of the case. It's noted that some locals seem to be trying to make a play for the fact that the current proposal contains differences to the previous approved scheme, as if that has somehow allows a completely fresh consideration of the principles of the development of the site and the history can be ignored. However, your officer's report correctly sets out the established case law and the weight to be given to material considerations, particularly in relation to fallback positions. In this case, the permission has already been granted for housing on the site and a very similar dwelling as that now proposed. This represents the baseline of the site, and planning law requires the current application to be considered against that background. The policy context is very similar now to it was when the previous scheme was determined. Therefore, essentially, members, all you've been asked to consider today is householder extensions to properties that have already been established in planning terms. Let's be clear, the principle of dwelling on the site and its general size and appearance already is firmly established. As I've mentioned, the resulting property is of very similar size, scale and appearance to other properties along Springfield Lane and the wider environs. I suggest that properties in this location of this nature could expect to have a garage, as is the case for the majority of other properties in the area. I concur wholly with the analysis contained in your officer's report. The development sits comfortably within the plot and is of a design that respects the character of the national landscape and the setting of the conservation area. The extensions are not prominent in public views and will not harm the pattern of the settlement. There's no undue impact on neighbours. We've worked with your officers to settle on a scheme that they're satisfied with in terms of complying with design, landscape and heritage policies. Members, this development continues to comply wholly with your SDB policies and ought to be permitted, and I'll ask you to follow your officer's recommendation, which is spot on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The ward members are Councillor Emma Kersey and Councillor Emma Sims. Have you any points you want clarifying? I'll start with Councillor Sims.
Yeah, I just would like this...
Could you bring this a bit nearer to you?
Sorry. Can you just clarify this issue of the tilted balance? Because these dwellings have extant permission, and as my two fellow Broadway residents, clerk and resident, have stated, the benefits have been gained. So what are we looking at with the tilted balance? I don't quite understand why this is included. Sorry, if you could explain.
Sure. With an application of this nature where you have a fallback position, it's very similar to a process we go through where you have a class Q as a fallback and that's flipped to effectively a new dwelling. We've actually gone through this with KC advice because of an ongoing long-running argument with how we apply certain policies. So this has gone through a very prominent KC at number 5 Chambers on this effective point. Basically, it's a two-step process. The starting point is still development in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So the first point is we take it through the development plan like you've heard, and that's where we look at the SWDB2, and there's that conflict, but then the housing land supply issue kicks in, and that's where we go through the tilted balance. So that's the first assessment. You can conclude yes or no, it should be approved off the basis of that plan compliance. The second stage is then you assess it against the fallback position. So you take it through the development plan assessment process, then you take it, in this instance, through the fallback position process. So that's what's happened here. So quite rightly what you have is it's been assessed against the development plan, it's outside the development boundary, but obviously our housing land supply position and the other characteristics of the site and the nature of development mean that we feel in terms of the planning balance, this as a standalone application should be recommended for approval. We then go on to recognise that we have a PIP and TDC consent, so we then assess the application a second time against that fallback position. It's a belt and braces approach, but this is what we've done here, and this is how we do things. Often it's quite seamless, but here it's sort of, and like we do with the class Q, we sort of differentiate it out. So when you take it through the fallback position, as you've heard, you've got a TDC consent, and now we have a full application. So what you're really assessing is what are the differences, and what harm is created by the differences between the fallback position and what is now before you. And then you make that assessment. So again here, in terms of the fallback position, we feel as set out in the report, that those differences do not create any new or additional substantive harm that would lead us to recommend refusal against the fallback position. So, in very plain terms, we would be recommending approval against the first step of the process in terms of our housing land supply position, the relative locational sustainability of the site. However, and chiefly and primarily here, having regard to the fallback position, there is no new increased or substantive harm that would justify refusal against the fallback position.
Thank you, Carl, but I still don't understand why, if you've already agreed and the permission has been agreed for the 3, why are we still using the tilted balance then? I'm sorry,
because that's the step 1 of the process of assessing it. This is a standalone application, so
Yeah.
in the first phase we disregard the planning history in theory, and we assess the application against the development plan. That's where the tilted balance is applied because of our housing land supply position and paragraph 11 of the NPPF being engaged. So we go through that process. The tilted balance here is the addition of a new dwelling, and those benefits can be factored there or given into account. We then take it back through against the fallback position. So on both accounts, we conclude here it's acceptable. If the PIP and TDC weren't in place, we could rely on the planning balance. But so on its own, we would say the planning balance here would direct us to approve, but the fallback position has material weight, and the relevant case laws Mansell v Tonbridge. And that would also direct us here, in my opinion, in officer's opinion, that I fully endorse, that given the differences between the two, there is nothing substantive that justifies us not moving forward with a recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. Yes, please. A question to the agent, Mr. Ryder, please. Could you tell me, please, Mr. Ryder, why is it that you submitted a planning application, you accepted the conditions of that planning application, which was for 3 dwellings not to exceed 1,000 square metres, and the further conditions of that planning application, which was the removal of all permitted development rights? Could you tell me, please, why you submitted that application, accepted those conditions, with zero intention of carrying out that planning application?
Thank you. First, I would just like to clarify that there has been no attempt to deceive here at all. It is absolutely normal. I'm sure the front bench will advise you that planning applications come in and people have every intention of building out that development as it's proposed. But plans often change. You know, it's quite normal for, you'll have heard of Section 73 applications, where applications come in to amend planning applications because people have had a rethink over design, or they think they need more space, or they think they need to reorientate the design, or maybe the cost is coming in too much and they need to change the plans that way. So it is actually quite normal. I appreciate it may feel like it was a deception, but I can assure you it wasn't. This is simply a case of the situation has changed. The people who are going to be occupying that property felt that they needed a little bit more space in order to accommodate their needs, and they've come forward with a planning application to do that. I am sorry, I've forgotten this. There was a second point there which has slipped my mind.
Well, no, thank you for stopping, because I was actually going to give you another opportunity to answer the question, because I don't feel that did. And rest assured that the front bench have advised me, and they've explained this application very well to me. But it's quite interesting that you actually say the people that own these properties had a change of mind, but through the long period of time and the long journey that these applications have taken, there's been a query over the owners because it was a self-build, and there has been many queries that the parish council brought forward as to who was owning them. So I find it extremely strange that you now say, however many years later, that the people that are now owning them have suddenly changed their mind. So I go back to my original question to you. Why did you submit this application with no intention? Because to make it perhaps clearer for you, the original application had no garages on it, and the square meterage that was left between the 3 properties, as the committee will probably remember me stating to them, the only thing that could be permitted on there within that planning permission was no more than a cycle store bought from B&Q. And I suggested to the committee at that time that the people that were going to occupy these properties probably were going to want to have a garage and all those simple things. So I would ask you again, why did you submit this application with zero intention of carrying it out?
Thank you. So I will come back to the original second question, which is, as you've now reminded me of, which was about the permitted development rights. I mean, firstly, the removal of permitted development rights is a condition which is basically to require any further alterations to the property to be subject to the planning application. And then there's many reasons for doing that. That can be due to the AONB setting or the national landscape setting of the site. It can be due to the setting of the conservation area. What I think is important to note, though, is the removal of permitted development rights doesn't mean that people aren't entitled to come forward with a planning application to extend in the future. It simply means that a planning application is needed so that it can come before you to be assessed, rather than it being something that can be done under permitted development rights that yourselves and local people don't have any right of say over. So that's the part on that. In terms of a self, look, they are applied for as self-builds. They would be required under the relevant legislation to meet the relevant criteria for self-builds. The people who are occupying those properties have ultimately decided that they feel they do need a garage. And as I said in my speech earlier, I think with properties of this size in this location, you would expect some storage space, whether it be space to park a car or space to store or sort of garden materials. That for whatever reason...
Thank you, Chairman. I think that probably answers my question. And you've given me enough there, Mr Ryder. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions? You two, now open it to committee to ask any relevant questions. Councillor Gooch.
This is a question for the Parish Council and the objectorate, maybe either or both of you. Given that we've already got permission for a building on this plot, and what we're looking at here is whether to give permission for a different building, could you just explain to me why you prefer the building that's already been given permission? What specifically is it about that makes it a better option than the one that's being asked for here?
Thank you for the question. First of all, this is about where it's located. This is a delicate spot outside of the development area. We acknowledge as objectors that the buildings that were approved were of the right proportions and allowed the views through the development, which are valued by residents and by a lot of visitors who walk up this lane and who are tourists who use the facilities of Broadway. If you looked at, and I don't know whether you can put it up, the street scene, please, the street scene in the bottom left obscures the views behind and is in distinct contrast to what was there before, which was no garage on either side of that gap. The other issue here is that there is a history which probably is not relevant in planning terms, but might be relevant in logic terms, that no matter what comes along as a plan, it gets changed and stretched. There was no objection from residents to the plan as it was, with no garages. Nobody has made a fuss of that. But we do object to the spoiling of the vista, and to doing this in contravention of a number of the policies that were hard work putting in place in the neighbourhood plan in 2022. So we would like policies here to be followed, and believe that that plan now put forward does not follow them, and that the means of getting to put this plan forward actually involved, and I will use the, and I'll be very careful what I say, there was a misleading approach. It was clear this was going to happen some time ago when the garages were withdrawn, and Councillor Kearsey has rightly said it was strongly challenged at the time. Why would you have garages? Why would you not have garages in properties like this? And it was said, we don't need them. Modern life don't need them. Okay, the residents and everybody else has accepted that. And now we come to be sitting back here with this proposal before us. This also, may I say, this is a great deal bigger. I mean, we're talking, in one case, 27%, the other case, 66% bigger, and that creates a new base from which development might go forward on these properties, because development tends to be in proportion to what was already there. Which is another reason why we would just like to have it toned down and bring things back to this committee
Thank you.
with appropriate safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've had 2 bites of the cherry there. Questions? Any further questions for the speakers? Councillor Dyke.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I probably should have asked this before, but we've heard a lot about neighbourhood plans this afternoon, as we have in previous committee meetings. And this, the original one was against the neighbourhood plan. Is that accurate?
Yes, the current one.
Right, so this is also against the local plan, your neighbourhood plan. Okay, so if I can ask the officers then, whoever, I don't know, why did you completely disregard the neighbourhood plan, which is in date, and you seem to have just which has happened before, and completely disregarded. So why did that happen?
I'd just like to refer you to page 105 of the committee agenda pack. I've noted in the third paragraph down from the top, in light of this, only limited weight is afforded to the proposal's conflict with the housing policies contained within the Broadway Neighbourhood Plan, HD1 to HD4. They're referenced throughout this section. There is a whole section on page 105 that considers the Broadway Neighbourhood Plan. Thank you.
I understand that completely. And I put a little cross about something that's on it against SWDP2. But I go back to my original question, that if there is a neighbourhood plan in place, then surely that must take precedent over anything else.
Carl?
Not necessarily, because the decisions must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And such a material consideration can be the fallback position. And again, I say, you've got the 2-step process and the second process here, and this applies to both the SWDP policies and the neighbourhood development plan policies, is you're essentially looking at a consented development for a dwelling of X size and Y appearance, and we now have an alternative proposal before us, where effectively we're looking at the consented scheme can be built, would be built. This is what is now on the table. What conflict do those differences create in terms of just the general assessment, but also with any plan policies in place? So against that second assessment, the conclusions are set out in the report. But in terms of overall in principle policy, as Charlotte said, that's set out in the report.
So, sorry to labour the point, but if there was no neighbourhood plan in Broadway, it would make no difference at all in this instance.
In this particular
policies, not theirs.
In this particular instance, if there was no neighbourhood development plan, if you either take the approach of just the local plan and our housing land supply position, in theory, we would be moving it forward under the housing land supply position. Alternatively, we do have a fallback position in play, and that would always be a material consideration in the same way it is where we have the Class Q consent. It's a great example. You have a Class Q consent, and often those get flipped to be a completely different type of dwelling, or in a more formal way than say, an agricultural building conversion. Again, that fallback position there becomes a starting point of assessment.
Councillor Ward, followed by Councillor Kersey.
Yes, thank you. A question for the either developer stroke the officers. We talk about the fallback position and the relative change against this new application. At what stage, in terms of percentage change, which is over 27%, I think it said, does it become significant alteration from what was permitted? At what stage does it become a significant change and therefore become challenged?
The starting point here is obviously it's a full application, so you assess it on its own, in the first step is on its own merits itself. So is that dwelling, in terms of its size, scale and appearance, objectionable to you against planning policy? And you will go yes or no. If you go no, you then have to reassess that then against the fallback position and make that comparative assessment. So, you know, if you are minded that increase in size is objectionable, the question you need to then ask yourself is on what policy basis are you finding conflict, and on what basis are you finding that harm justifies refusal? So that's the sort of question you ask yourself individually and as a committee in terms of this sort of application.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think it was either or question, wasn't it, to officers or agents? So if you got your answer.
It was a clarification in terms of at what stage does it
Okay,
become a
so you've received that.
But yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
it's all right. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. And can I just come back if I may, answer with a greater comprehensive answer to Councillor Dyke's question. When Charlotte refers to the policies within the neighbourhood plan, she's only referring to HD 1, 3 and 4, and those are the principles of development. Those are the ones that would decide whether development can take place or not, which would have already been taken into account. That is not the extent of Broadway Neighbourhood Plan. On page 97, it lists all the policies that are to be taken into account in relation to Broadway Neighbourhood Plan, not at least design principles, which is BE1. So Broadway in their neighbourhood plan do not have a housing allocation, which is why the principle of the development itself is not in question. However, all those other policies within the neighbourhood plan, other than HD 1, 3 and 4, are very much in play.
Thank you for that. Anything else to clarify from the committee? No? Well, thank you very much, speakers. Would you like to return to your seats? Thank you. And I'll ask, I think Councillor Sims, you're going to speak and address the committee in a minute. Is that correct? Just turn your microphone on. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm going to say relates and is applicable to both Plot A and Plot B.
We are obviously got another one after this one, which is a similar one. So we will.
And they're sort of mirrored as Charlotte, the officer.
So this covers both of them.
Yes,
right.
I mean I can reread it if you like.
No,
it mirrors very much also.
No, we'll just one speech is enough. Thank you.
Okay. But you know, they are both applicable and relate to.
Listen
both.
doubly hard.
Thank you. Okay. So it's unfortunate that we're here again with these applications, Plot A, St. Bree View, Plot B, Paddock View, and it's a new planning application after numerous iterations for extensions for garages. The houses are nearly complete, as we can see, as in fact all the dwellings. So this is not a greenfield site. Apologies, this was written, so I'm sort of echoing what other people have said, so I'll just carry on. It was, of course, until last year this application was made well after the spades were in the ground. These are large houses, and each applicant was originally content and accepted their own design specifications and now want to extend the houses further. These houses were granted under a PIP approval and subsequent TDC, as we know, as self-built dwellings by this committee. The permitted development rights were also removed subsequently to ensure the dwellings kept within the PIP policy requirements, hence the new application for the extensions. But the PD rights are still removed from the plots in the conditions. As we know, PIP is suitable for developments up to 1 to 9 dwellings, total development of under 1,000 square metres and a site of under 1 hectare. And I'm aware the floor space cannot now be taken into consideration, but in terms of the proportion of the dwellings to the overall plot, the size and scale is important, and for context, it's important the increase in the scale of the dwellings. So what I'm asking the committee to address with these new applications, which are both mirrored, is size, scale and mass of the increase of these extensions, which transforms this rural scene to an urban creep by significantly changing the street scene and therefore setting a precedence to display the characters of an urban setting in a rural area and outside the development boundary. It's clear in the Broadway Neighbourhood Plan Policy BE6 and clearly states over large extensions should be avoided. These policies are written for a reason. I also appreciate the conservation officer who revised the sides and positioning of the garages. However, this is minimal. And actually, as the Conservation Officer stated, the proposal was objectionable. What I'm saying is that these houses are not proportionate to the other dwellings opposite or near, as the case officer has alluded to, because the other dwellings are proportionate for their size of plot. These extensions are not proportionate for the size of the plot as a whole. And it doesn't matter whether you sneak them round the back, it's still disproportionate for the size of plot. It's overdevelopment. Regarding the street scene, these two plots are not set back from the lane, whilst the other dwellings are deeply set back. And I think this is largely due to drainage access. This again gives the illusion of an urban street setting. This is the rural end of Springfield Lane. Walking up from these developments, you go into open countryside. The officer states correctly that there are 3 dwellings, absolutely correct. The GEA, which is the gross external area of the 2024 approved plan for Plot B, was 255 metres squared. The new application brings that to 325 metres squared. My reckoning is about 40% increase, so I'm not a great mathematician, so there we are between 20, 30, 40%. For Plot A, the GEA was 203 metres squared. This has gone up to 338 metres squared. Again, I'd say about sort of 30, 40% increase. And Plot C has not been modified yet. So the approved plans for the 3 plots totalled just under the 1,000 square metres. The new total is up to over 1,200 metres squared. So whilst the approved dwellings under the PIP together just come to under the 1,000 metres squared, in terms of density, which the officer does allude to, the effect is the equivalent of 9 average size detached, 3 to 4 bed houses, including garages, fine. But the added increase in impact in size, scale and density would in fact take this to the equivalent of 13 houses. I contend this is absolutely not proportionate. This is, in fact, a large-scale development in a rural area, and I would like to think that if this went to any parish council of this scale, size, in this setting, it would be questioned, queried, and challenged. So in conclusion, it is important to note, to refuse this enlarged scheme, the council will still obtain all its proposed benefits, but will not incur any of its harms. This is because the existing consent we gave has delivered all the benefits available. And I think the balance is for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll open it to debate for Councillor Birch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's 2 concerns with this. I think the way it's came about and then what we're looking at now. Now, I appreciate that. Look, people do change their minds. You spend a lot of money to build a house, you spend a lot of money to design a house, and it's human nature that we change our opinions and whatever else. It feels like the change is a little bit more significant than that. I think to go from not wanting a garage to deciding that you do want quite a large garage is quite a significant change to have. And I think the scale of change, it's not, when we see changes like this, sometimes it's, to add a wet room or to add a downstairs bedroom because circumstances have changed, or there's been a change of situation, or to add a bedroom because an additional child's moved back. This is just, they want a bigger house. And it almost comes across as they're doing it in the 2 stages where they've had the initial application and thought, right, okay, brilliant, which was contentious at the time. There was a proposal for refusal when we had that initial application, I believe I'm right in saying. And because of that, it was a few, we've got through that one and here comes the next. And it feels, without making any sort of accusation, it just has the impression that this may have been in the works for a little bit longer than the past couple of months. And I think the overall change in scale is significant. As far as the development principle is concerned and the 5-year housing land supply argument is concerned, well, there is a house and there's quite a large house there, a substantially larger house than you'd see in the rest of the district. So it's not like it's a scrawny 1-bed flat. It's a significant couple of properties. Broadway have invested a significant sum of money as well in their neighbourhood plan, and I think it's important that that's honoured. I don't necessarily think that the scale of the extension and the scale of the development now is policy compliant. I think it was dubious as to whether it was policy compliant in the first place, but I really don't feel that it is now. And therefore, I'd argue that this committee is best placed. Where we were, it wasn't a unanimous decision to approve this application in the first place. And we're now looking at an application that's considerably bigger. The argument about having more properties is out the window. There are properties there. This is just going to be a larger property. I don't believe that this application is policy compliant through the neighbourhood plan with policy BE1 and BE6, which covers both the design principles and then the principles around extension and conversions. I think, as the objector pointed out, the change of scale and the addition of the garages does take away from the surroundings. It takes away the view. It blocks that streetscape to a far greater extent than it was blocked before. I remember going on the initial site visit, and it is a very nice landscape as you look on the back of that road. And I think to block up the entirety of the streetscape very much contravenes the neighbourhood plan. So on policies BE1 and BE6, I would propose refusal contrary to officer recommendations. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. Councillor Birch is absolutely right. I proposed refusal for this application when it first came before the committee. And the reason why I did that is because, to remind members, we've heard a lot about the 1,000 square metres, but it was 3 plots that, under the conditions of the PIP, so it's still a self-build, but under the conditions of a PIP, those 3 dwellings could not cover more than 1,000 square metres. At the time, I proposed refusal because I did not believe that what was needed in those dwellings, and ultimately for people to live in them, was going to achieve that 1,000 square metres. There'd been a lot of different additions to it, but fundamentally to actually believe that somebody was going to live in those extremely large scale properties without having a garage did not really sit correctly with me. The committee didn't all agree with me, so therefore the application was approved. Now, as I've said earlier, it was approved with the removal of permitted development, which basically means that you can't then change your mind, however long later, and decide that you want to, as Mr. Ryder said, extend in the future. And the permitted development rights were removed for the specific reason to make sure that it complied. Oh, am I out of time, Carl? That it could comply with the application. Now, this is the reason why I asked Mr. Ryder the question in the first place: why did you apply for something that you knew that you weren't going to carry out? Because if they'd applied for this full planning application, we would have been able to assess it on its merits. Therefore, as I've been advised by the front bench, as Mr. Ryder calls them, that what's actually before the planning committee now, it's not about the principle of the development. Really, we're looking at, would an extension, for example, the extension to the degree that has been put before us, would that be acceptable? Now, to my mind, I absolutely agree with everything that the clerk to the parish council has said. I absolutely agree with everything that Mr. Leclerc Heath has said. I also agree with everything that Mr. Ryder said until he started answering my questions, because what he stated from a policy perspective is correct. But I don't believe that when he's saying that that residents would want to extend in the future and that residents will want to park their cars in a garage, that this basically is what's before us today is a manipulation of the system. I didn't particularly want this to come before committee today because we're then talking about policies where the policies have fundamentally been manipulated. We know that there's flaws in the system of the way policies can be manipulated. As Carl said, Class Q is one of them. And this is one in a large scale that's come before us today. So whether it's something that the committee can debate and come to a decision on, but from my perspective, yeah, I won't be voting on this today, but I wanted to ensure that the committee know my views on it.
Yeah, just following up on Councillor Birch's proposal and the reference point to policies in the neighbourhood development plan. Just want to be clear to members who don't misdirect yourself. This is a full application in its own right. This isn't a proposal that's an application for an extension in the conventional sense and to which that policy BE6 applies. BE1 is the correct policy that you're referring to, but BE6 is a policy for extensions. This isn't an application for an extension. Obviously, we can view it as this is an extension over what was permitted at TDC, but it's just don't misdirect yourself on the policies you're applying, because obviously that's potentially unreasonable, because obviously the application is a full application for a dwelling as presented before you. It's not an application for an extension to an existing house.
Yeah, look, I'll concede on that one. And look, both policies mention the same sort of thing around the landscape, the visual impact and the surrounds. So I'm happy to drop BE6 and stick with BE1. I think the point alone stands strong.
Thank you. Have we any other comments on this? Councillor Dyke.
Thank you, Chairman. I never liked this when I read it in the report, and I've just reread part of page 105, and it's quite right what the officer's saying, that those particular policies, HD1 to 4, are not applicable. But listening to what the parish council representatives have just said, they don't want this. They didn't want the other one, but they were happy to have that and muddle it through, whatever, but they don't want this. And I think we should listen to local councillors, and we should listen to local parishes. They are the ones in the driving seat. You know, I know we make the decision, but I'm not going to support this, and I think it's wrong. I don't know what happens after this, but I do not think that we should support this.
Thank you. Councillor Gooch.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, it is a slightly complicated situation given that we've got a full application where we've previously had a PIP and TDC, and I appreciate that it's not as easy to comprehend as it might be. I was somewhat concerned at the beginning that the objections from the parish council and the objector were in effect merely an attempt to relitigate the previous planning application that was approved. That's why I specifically asked the question about what was better about the original design. I have to say that I am persuaded by that they're not merely trying to go over the same ground again. And for those reasons, I'm inclined also to agree with Councillor Birch, and I will therefore second his recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Gooch. Are there any more comments? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's about every 4 or 5 years we have. I think in the lifetime I've been on this council, there's only been about half a dozen of these. Thank goodness for that, because they're always difficult. And the one thing about the debate we're having today over this one is that we are giving a good debate, because what message to just nod it through one way or the other this afternoon, harm would that do to the residents of what they think about the structure here in planning? We had a good discussion today, and really it all boils down to me, and the ones that I've dealt with before, is the amount of change and what implications that has onto the area. And that's all you've got to stay focused on that. I think in times gone by, as I recall the ones similar to this that have come about, massive change, gung-ho, let's do what we want sort of attitude, have always come down that we've accepted them, accepted the change and gone for that. But today I cannot vote for that. I shall be voting and supporting Councillor Birch and Councillor Good on this. I just think they're asking too much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any more comments at all? Okay, we'll go to a vote on this. First of all, we've got one reason for refusal, which is B1, which is Broadway. Councillor Birch, have you got any other reasons? Or Councillor Gooch?
No, happy to stick with BE1, stick to the neighbourhood plan policy.
SWDP 21 as well,
probably. SWB 21?
Yeah, they cover the same thing. I think the main argument is over the fact that there is a neighbourhood plan which backs up SWDP 21. So for the sake of it, I'm happy to argue that, yeah, happy to add the vote.
Councillor Gooch, have you got any more points on that one? Are you happy with that? Over to you, Rachel. Thank you.
So the proposal is to refuse the application on the basis that it contravenes policy BE1, SWDP 21, and also the technical reason of lack of a 106 to secure the obligations in relation to this permission. All those in favour, please raise your cards. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 in favour. Those against? Any abstentions? 2. Motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you. Well, obviously we have two applications here. We have to go on to item 11. Does anybody want a quick break, or you're right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just have 2 minutes? I need to speak to
2 minutes. We have a break for 2 minutes. Or 3 minutes. Right, okay, thank you. If you're all right, have you had a drink, everybody sorted? We will carry on with this. I know it's similar to the last item, and it'll cover quite a bit of ground. If the speakers could possibly not, can condense it and not cover exactly the same ground, it would help. Could you like to come forward again, the same speakers, please, to the front? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. No, not really. No. I want to repeat. Just say nothing, or just paraphrase what you've got to say. Absolutely. That'll make sure you get to tea on time, I think, probably. Well, we don't normally go until 10 o'clock, only on occasion, so you were fine today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlotte, again. Could you just outline, this is for planning application, but next door, Saintbury View, Springfield Lane. So, Charlotte, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Apologies if I give you a little bit of deja vu. Here we go. This is item 11. This is the erection of a self-built dwelling and detached garage at Saintbury View, Springfield Lane, Broadway. The application site is located on the western edge of Springfield Lane, south of Plot B that has just been considered. It's bound by existing residential development to the north, south and east. I won't cover the previous PIP and TDC information, we've already covered that in the last debate. The application site is outlined in red on the aerial photograph shown here, and the site's located immediately adjacent to but outside of the Broadway Conservation Area, and it lies within the Cotswolds National Landscape. This is the existing and proposed block plan. These are the proposed floor plans. These are the proposed dwelling elevations. And again, we've got the street scene and the two plots next to one another. Drainage layouts covered again. Again, we've got soakaways to the south of the site and the foul drainage up to the north. That's the pink line that you can see here. Here we have some more photographs. These are of the dwelling that's already under construction. These were taken on Monday of this week. I won't cover the same ground that we've already covered. I'll just set out the conclusion for you. Officers consider that while the proposal conflicts with the spatial strategy set out in policy SWDP2C, by virtue of its location outside the defined development boundary of Broadway, this policy is considered to be out of date due to the Council's current housing land supply figure. As such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development, the so-called tilted balance at paragraph 11D of the MPPF, is engaged. Regard is also had to the fallback position, which exists in terms of an extant PIP and associated TDC consents for residential development on the site. When assessed against the 3 sustainable development objectives, the scheme is considered to deliver clear benefits, which collectively carry substantial weight in the planning balance. Although the proposals would result in less than substantial harm to the setting of the Broadway conservation area, this harm is considered to be at the lower end of the scale and is outweighed by the public benefits of the development. Therefore, officers' recommendation is to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission, subject to the planning conditions listed at Section 8 of the committee report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the obligations and planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. Officers also have the same verbal updates that we have in respect of the previous application. So this relates to the wording of the drainage condition to be a compliance condition as opposed to a dischargeable condition. Recommendation was altered within the previous presentation, but I've just been told that we will actually need to prepare a new Section 106 agreement just to change over the contributions from the previous TDC to the current applications. And the Council's landscape officer again provided the same comments to be relayed verbally, which I won't go through again, but I'm happy to clarify if you would like me to cover those again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have an apology to make to Councillor Rowley. Sorry, I didn't realise you weren't here when we started this particular thing, and therefore I have been asked that you don't vote on this particular application. I'm sorry about that.
I've just checked back at the presentation, so I have seen the bits that I missed.
Do you mind if we speak to that? Okay. Mr. Kevin Beasley, have anything to add from the last thing?
I think to save time, Chairman and Planning Committee, ditto from the last explication.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Geoffrey Eckler-Heath, have you anything to add?
I have nothing more to add. The same text would apply with just the substitution of the extra space that is applied in this case, which is much larger, much greater additional space. Thank you.
Mr. Oliver Ryder. Want to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly won't take 3 minutes. The planning situation is exactly the same as set out in your planning officer's report, and I fully echo everything that they've said. It seems that we've seen there's a formality there, but given that the committee refused the last application on the particular merits of that case, I think you do need to debate this application properly. It is a separate application. It is a different design, and I seriously think you should consider that properly and fully rather than it just being a formality. I am a little bit confused by the Section 106 issue. The officer in the last presentation suggested that that should fall away. It was in the resolution. I certainly would welcome a bit more clarification on that if possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't think we're going to. We are considering this as a separate application. Yeah, could you do that for me?
Thank you, Chair. If I may cover off the Section 106 points. So we have a Section 106 agreement in place which covers the technical details consent, and it applies to that permission. If a new permission were to be granted, we would need to use a Section 106 mechanism, not to request the monies to be paid again, but to ensure that those monies that were paid for an affordable housing contribution are moved over to to this new permission, and also we would need to carry those over. The self-build provisions in the 106, we would also need to carry those over to any new permission. We wouldn't be requesting a double payment, but we would need a 106 to secure that to this new permission.
I don't know whether I can ask that question.
I think unless there are questions from the ward members on this specific, are there? So specific. No, Councillor Kersey, on this specific question, on this specific application. Councillor Kersey.
You suddenly the ward member for Broadway, Councillor Morris.
No, it's just
Don't be taking my place.
The ward member. If you have a question on the specific
I
application.
do have a question on this specific
Thank you.
application, because I can assure Mr Ryder that they will be assessed individually. So as this is a completely different design, Mr Ryder, could you tell me, please, you mentioned in the previous application that obviously applicants might want to extend in the future, etc. Could you give me the rationale behind what's contained within the design in this application that was different to the rationale when you originally made the application for this plot, please?
Thank you. The garaging situation is the same as I said last time, and I know you don't like that answer, but that's the answer to that. The extension is simply a desire from that particular landowner, that particular applicant. In formulating that proposal, they've sought professional advice on whether they think that would comply with planning policy. We've assessed that as planning consultants and architects against your policies. We've looked at whether there's any tangible harm to the national landscape, the setting of the conservation area, whether that would have harm to the character of the area. We concluded that there was no harm with that. So like every other resident in your borough who wants to extend their properties, including the speakers here who have done with their properties, people are entitled to submit planning applications for extensions, and that's essentially what's happened here. Thank you.
Right. Any more questions? No. Can I open it to Councillor Morris? Thank you.
Yeah, it was just a quick one. Could you clarify the increase in size between the technical details consent and the current application, please?
I think that's... Do you want to do that one, Charlotte? Or?
I don't have the numbers to hand. Oh, there you go.
No, I don't have the figures to hand either, because that's not how your planning policies are framed. There's nothing in there about you can only extend up to a certain percentage or proportion. We've assessed it more as an overall proposal on whether there is an impact on the setting of the conservation area or the AUMB, and we felt that there wasn't. So I can't give you a figure off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
The Parish Council know, I think. Don't they?
Yes.
I'd like
yes.
to answer the question.
Could you answer that one?
The answer is that the square footage measured by the RICS method is in plot A is 66% higher than it was under the previous application.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure whether my question is to the planning officer or to legal, if I may. But hearing that particularly, should the 106 contributions not be increased if the property is larger? And if we're hearing sort of 66%, that would seem an imbalance otherwise.
I think that's Rachel. No.
That's not something I can answer, I'm afraid.
Is there anyone we could ask? Because to me, that's fairly crucial, because those 106 monies are for the community.
Charlotte.
So the affordable housing contributions are based on a standard house size. They're based on a square meterage. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but they're provided by Denise Duggan, and it's the same standard house type for any contribution. So whether that be a 3-bed house that we're proposing or a 6-bed house, and it just looks at whether it's 1 dwelling up to 5 dwellings, and it's the same number. It's 12,797 in total.
Thank you for the clarity.
Are there any more questions on this particular application from members of the committee? Okay. In that case, we've already heard from the ward member, Councillor Sims, which doesn't want to repeat the same thing. So I'll open it to debate on this particular application. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, looking at the current application as opposed to the technical details consent, there is a considerable enlargement of both the property, and especially when it comes to the addition of a garage, a two-storey garage. It's not simply for car storage, it's also a full storage facility upstairs, and as you can see, if you look at the application details, there's a staircase there. It's not just a ladder providing access to a loft space, it is a functioning second floor accessed by a staircase. It is almost a second property alongside. It's got a WC in there, it's got a toilet facility, it's got two floors. It's a large additional space on the side of the property. This is a much larger application than we saw with the original. So not only has the property itself been enlarged, there is then a substantial development on the side of it, which in my mind will considerably and demonstrably damage the landscape and visual amenities of the area. So I think Carl can probably tell you which policies I'm going to quote to you. But I do believe that this application, similarly to the last one, does contravene policy BE1 and then SWDP 20, the design one 26, 27, 28, 21. I thought you were pointing up. So yeah, SWDP 21 and policy BE1. Primarily down to the garage facility on the side makes up the majority of that. It's a substantial development and growth. The property itself, it's not huge. It's that additional building on the side. It would demonstrably harm the landscape area, I believe. So more than happy to propose refusal contrary to officer recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Gooch.
I might as well second that, same as I did last time then.
Is that a definite? Not might as well.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to second Councillor Birch's recommendation for refusal on the grounds stated.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? Given that, unfortunately, Councillor Early is not going to vote on this one, if you don't mind. And then we'll bring it over to you, Rachel, if you could. Thank you, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal... Thank you, Chair. The proposal is to refuse the application on the basis that it contravenes policy BE1, SWDP 21 and the technical reason of no section 106 agreement to secure the obligations in relation to this permission. All those in favour, please raise your cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 13 in favour. Any abstentions? Abstentions 1. Motion is carried, Chair.
Well, thank you to the speakers, everybody who's come and listened, and to the committee, and we'll see you again at the next meeting. Thank you.
I think what's happened is, I've just looked at emails from Charlotte, and I think what's happened is somebody's gone to NAF.